Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's Wednesday, January 20th, 2021. This is the regular business meeting of the Pasadena Area City College District, Community College District. And this is our regular business meeting number 13. And we're going to start off with a roll call. Mr. Bucklehide, if you could conduct that, please.
Yes, thank you. Trustee Chen Lau.
Here.
Trustee Osterling.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
Trustee Waugh.
Here.
Trustee Martin.
You're muted, John.
Here, sorry.
Trustee Fellow.
Here.
The student trustee Ramirez.
Okay. Thank you. All present and accounted for except our student trustee. I'm sure he'll be here when we reconvene. Next week, are there any public comments on closed session agenda items?
No such comment.
Okay. I don't think it's necessary to read out our new policy on public comment now, but maybe Alex, you want to read it before the when we reconvene the open session. Okay. Thank you. So we are going to recess to a closed session now. And in that closed session, we're going to discuss the following items. Number one, Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, and the address is 4105 Rosemead Boulevard in Rosemead. And the district negotiator for this item is Dr. Mike Bush, and the negotiating party is the El Monte Union High School District. Number two, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation. This is Government Code Section 54956.9, parens D, parens 2. Significant exposure to litigation, 2 potential cases. Number three, Government Code Section 54957.6A, Conference with Labor Negotiators. The agency designated representative is Robert S. Blazinski, our administrative superintendent and VP for Human Relations. And the employee organizations are the CSEA, number 777, the PCC-CFT, POA, and PCC-FA. And fourth and final, Government Code Section 54957, Evaluation of Employee, Superintendent President. And at this point, we will recess to the closed session, and we expect to reconvene the regular meeting at approximately 7 p.m.
Mike, oops, Mike.
Am I in the closed session?
No, Tony, not yet.
Let me go back.
Dr. Bush,
He's muted.
and I see, now he's gone. Now he's there. Dr. Bush,
Bob, do you normally just come back at 7? Is that what they do?
yeah, that's what you don't have to hang out until then, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Mike,
Just so those of us who are arriving now know, we are being recorded and we are streaming live on YouTube at this time. So you might want to turn your video and audio off. Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight. Just so you know, we are recording this meeting and we are currently broadcasting live on YouTube. We expect the board back any minute. 7 o'clock is usually the hour, but they might be delayed slightly. So just please hold until we get them back. Thank you. I believe you are all present and accounted for, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Alex, I'm looking at a window that has 6 windows in it only. Is there a different view so that I can see all of the trustees and catch raised? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, we are, I'm calling this meeting to order. We are reconvening our regular meeting of the Pasadena Area Community College District. Today is Wednesday, January 20th, 2021, and this is our regular business meeting number 13. And we will start with a report of action in closed session. No action was taken by the board in closed session. We'll move on to agenda item number C2, which is the roll call, and we'll ask Mr. Bucklehide to handle the roll call.
This Board of Trustees meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, as amended by Governor Gavin Newsom and Executive Order N2520, dated March 12th, 2020, in that all trustees are participating by remote video or teleconference. As I conduct the roll call, I would like to request that each trustee in turn respond to the following questions. I will start with Trustee Chen Lao. Trustee Chen Lao, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes, I do.
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Osterling respond to the same questions. Trustee Osterling, can you hear me well?
Can I go yes, yes, and yes? Does that work?
I'll take it. Next,
Okay.
I'd like to request that Trustee Brown respond to the same questions. Trustee Brown, can you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes, and yes.
Okay. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Silver respond to the same questions. Trustee Silver, can you hear me well?
Yes,
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
yes,
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
yes,
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Wah respond to the same questions. Trustee Wah, can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Martin respond to the same questions. Trustee Martin, can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Fellow respond to the same questions. Trustee
Yes,
Fellow,
yes,
can you hear me well?
Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Student Trustee Ramirez respond to the same questions. Student Trustee Ramirez, can you hear me well?
Triple yes.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, okay.
I would now like to ask that any member of the Board of Trustees speak up at this time if they have not been able to hear clearly. Any trustee. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that all trustees present have indicated they were able to hear all other trustees clearly. I would next request that any trustee speak up at this time if such trustee has any reason to believe, based on voice recognition or otherwise, that any person representing themselves to be a certain trustee is not truly so. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that no trustee has expressed doubt that any trustees are the parties participating by teleconference. I would now like to advise the trustees and the public that any votes taken during the remote conference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bucklehide. We're going to move on to agenda item number 3, which is the land acknowledgement. And this is a new tradition that I started last meeting, and I hope we carry this tradition on into the future. Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of people who have been known as Kizh, Tongva, or Gabrieleño, depending on their own preference. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. Let us take a moment of silence in honor of the important contributions of the stewards of this land who came before us. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students who support student success recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on this land. This land acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to be in good relationship with the people of the land and embodying equity in our practices and policies. Next agenda item is the Pledge of Allegiance. And Dr. Olivo, I haven't called on you for the pledge for a while, have I?
No, you have not. I would be happy to do it.
Okay, we'd be honored to have you do it.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Please place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Cynthia.
You're welcome.
We're going to move on to agenda item C5, and that is approval or reordering of agenda items. Are there any requests by trustees to reorder any agenda items? Hearing none, do I need a motion for this, or it's just approved if there's no request to reorder?
You need to approve the agenda.
All right, we'll approve the agenda then. Roll call vote, Mr. Bucklehide.
Well, you need to have a motion. You need a
Move to
motion.
approve.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Need a motion in a second.
Move to approve.
Second,
Moved and seconded. Now we can go to the roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide.
Alex, are you there?
Sorry, I have muted. Trustee Chen Lao,
Aye.
Trustee Osterling,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Silver,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow,
aye.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0, Student Trustee aye.
Okay, motion carries and the agenda is approved, so we'll keep moving down the agenda. Next is agenda item C6, introductions and recognitions.
So I have two. The first I want to acknowledge and have her come on screen. Dr. Laura Ramirez started on January 4th, and she is here with us today. Laura, would you unmute and say hello?
Hi, can you hear me? I can't start my video. It says it's been disabled.
Okay.
Oh, there
You
it
can
is.
say hi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be a part of the Pasadena family. I've had a wonderful and warm welcome. So thank you to all. And I look forward to meeting more of everyone here and at the college.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's wonderful to have you. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cynthia Lebo. She has an introduction and presentation to make.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity, and on behalf of myself and Dr. Micaela Mares Tamayo, who supervises our TRIO programs, including Krista Casillas and Orane Waneri from our Upward Bound Math Science and our Upward Bound programs, we would like to extend our gratitude to the Los Angeles Scholars Investment Fund for investing over $2 million in helping our students in our TRIO programs with scholarships over the past 10 years. And in order to say thank you, we offer and extend our gratitude to Kelly Kim, the Senior Program Officer for the California Community Foundation. Thank you so much for entrusting us with these funds so that we can help our students and their family members achieve their educational dreams. Kelly? Kelly, I'm not sure if you are here, but we just wanted to extend our gratitude and thanks to you.
I am here. Thank you so much for having me. On behalf of the California Community Foundation, it's an honor to partner with PCC. We know that our community colleges are the foundation of our post-secondary and opportunity system, and thank you. On a personal note, my dad went to PCC. His parents met as a result of PCC, and so it's always special to be a part of the extended PCC family. So thank you for what your Upward Bound program continues to do for local students, and it's an honor to be a small part of the PCC legacy with you all.
Well, thank you so much. Our TRIO programs began as a part of the civil rights movement and really do help open the doors for access to community members, families, and students that otherwise wouldn't have it. And so we just are so thankful to you for continuing to invest in our students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to move on to agenda item C7, pardon me. this is public comment on non-agenda items. And Mr. Bucklehide, I'm going to suggest before we go to public comment, we have enhanced our methods for making public comment. And I thought it would be helpful, Alex, if you could read out what the new procedure and policy is for public comments.
Certainly. I'll just read it. The board is prohibited from commenting, engaging in discussion, or taking action on non-agenda items per the Brown Act. The district has two options for providing members of the general public the opportunity to make comment on agenda items or items not on the agenda. One is written comment. Letters for public comment should be submitted via email to aboekelheide@pasadena.edu, and submissions will be read aloud in their entirety at the appropriate point of the public meeting. Option two is spoken comment. Members of the public wishing to speak before the board or committee should email aboekelheide@pasadena.edu to receive instructions on how to log into the meeting. The guidelines for the time and quantity of public comment remain in effect. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Total audience participation on any agenda item is limited to 15 minutes. That's from Board Bylaw 2345. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So the new additional procedure is spoken comments will now be accepted. And again, please arrange that before the meeting by email with Alex Bucklehide, email previously read. Having said all of that, do we have any public comments for non-agenda items for today's meeting?
I have 4 such comments.
Okay.
The first is dated December 3rd, 2020. It is from Anna Chavez, a PCC adjunct faculty. To whom it may concern, it is my privilege and great pleasure to write this letter of support on behalf of CORE, the support that CORE, the Community Overcoming Recidivism Through Education program, has given to system-impacted and previously incarcerated students has played a significant role in their educational success. I believe that CORE is an asset to Pasadena City College and its graduation and transfer student outcomes. My own daughter's personal experience has inspired me to write this letter. My daughter is a PCC alumna, but her graduation did not come without struggles. She, being a previously incarcerated student, felt ashamed and scared to ask for help when she encountered difficulties. The shame and fear is so great that it prevents a large number of students of this population from succeeding in their academic goals. System-impacted students absolutely need a support system where they feel safe and comfortable, a place where they know they won't be stigmatized or rejected. This place is CORE. It is for this reason that I'm advocating for CORE. I want to emphasize the immeasurable need to robustly support this program. CORE is in its early stages, but it has already helped so many students who otherwise would have dropped out, especially under the extreme and stressful circumstances we are living in today. As it stands, CORE is being funded by a grant awarded by the California Community College's Chancellor's Office, which will end in 2021. We are asking that Pasadena City College grant a steady financial support so that CORE can continue providing the academic, social, emotional, and technical support services to this population. I am encouraged knowing that Pasadena City College, known as an institution that cares for all discriminated, disenfranchised, and impoverished students, will definitely support CORE both financially and institutionally. Thank you. Signed, Anna F. Chavez, MA, PCC Adjunct Faculty, Language Department Chair, Marshall Fundamental High School, CORE Advocacy and Community Advisory Board Member. Pardon me. The next letter is from, it's signed by a coalition of employee groups known as ACT. This is the Association of Latino Employees, the Coalition of Asian Pacific Employees, and the Association of Black Employees. It reads, Pasadena Area Community College District Board of Trustees. Remote learning and meetings such as this are no longer a temporary solution, but rather a semi-permanent work environment as we prepare for our spring 2021 session and nearly a year of dealing with a global pandemic. Our country has exceeded 400,000 deaths as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, with Black, Indigenous, and people of color being hit the hardest. LA County reports that 46% of cases in the county as Latina and Latinx. Furthermore, hospitals are exceeding capacity, emergency care infrastructure is at a breaking point, and many know at least one person that has been impacted by this deadly disease. With students, workers, and loved ones being devastated on a daily basis, we implore the Board of Trustees and the campus community to hold a moratorium on the physical attendance of employees on campus. The Board of Trustees must minimize risk and prioritize the humanity of our employees who can work just as diligently and productively in a remote environment. It is indeed the humane thing to do. We ask for the board to examine and reflect on the necessity of requiring employees on campus 1 day a week in a blanket approach, rather than exploring more humane and caring ways to acknowledge the material, physical, and emotional devastation that is afflicting our campus community. This shameful demand is misguided and not aligned with the decisions made by other local institutions. For example, other education sites in or near RPACCD, such as LAUSD and PUSD, and most notably LACCD, do not have any non-essential workers on their campuses. On behalf of the Association of Latino Employees and allies throughout the college and community, we ask that our valuable employees, if able to, be allowed to work 100% from home, and that the college work together to establish an equitable system that truly speaks to equity in word and in action. In solidarity, signed by those 3 employee groups. The next is from the PCC Association of Latino Employees. It reads, PCC Familia, the Association of Latino Employees condemns the events that unfolded on January 6, 2021, in which we viewed a terrorist disruption of our democracy. Leading this toxic charge were white supremacists who are privileged to not fear the same violence enacted on our Black, African American, Indigenous, and AAPI familia. Let us commit to dismantling white supremacy and the ongoing fight against institutional racism and continue working towards fairness, justice, racial equity, and inclusion for a better community and nation. In solidarity, the Association of Latino Employees. And there's one more that I have to find. Please hold.
No worries.
Thank you. Thank you. This is signed Nia Bailey. Pasadena City College Board of Trustees. This public comment is written in support of CORE. I am writing as the daughter of a PCC graduate, a former PCC student, proud parent of PCC students, chair of the PUSD African American Parent Council, and an advocate for equity in education, rooted in the principle that all persons are deserving of opportunities to succeed and that institutions of higher learning can play a critical role in that. I have found partnership in CORE, who holds close to the belief that those impacted by incarceration are wholly deserving of grace, a chance to mend thought processes that do not serve them, and are mentored, guided, and encouraged to pursue educational goals at PCC and beyond. The work CORE is undertaking is important and necessary, considering high rates of recidivism, often tied to hopelessness, the formerly incarcerated wear the stigma of their sentence well past release. PCC's CORE offers rehabilitation through education, which is a significant step towards renewal and purpose. That is only made possible by the relationships of trust they build with their students. I have had the pleasure of working with CORE in their push to increase African American student enrollment at PCC, which hovers at 4%. Low African American enrollment is not unique to PCC, but that should not inhibit efforts to rectify it. The meetings have been well attended by PCC staff, partners, and the larger community. PCC is an integral part of Pasadena, reaching out to educate, serve, and provide programming to those who seek it. This is made possible by the work of many hands, of which CORE is a part. The specific community of persons that CORE serves is greatly benefited by the close network of support and mentoring that they receive, and PCC as an institution benefits from the diversity of persons and life experiences that CORE helps usher in. The stated mission of PCC is Pasadena City College is an equity-minded learning community dedicated to enriching students' academic, personal, and professional lives through an array of degree and certificate programs, campus engagement, and customized student support. CORE is doing its due diligence to uphold that mission in its service to a largely underserved population. Respectfully, Nia Bailey. And that concludes public comment on non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I want to go over some Zoom logistics with you, Alex. Right now, what I'm looking at is a shared screen with the agenda items, and then I get a very limited gallery view. I only have 6. And as we go forward in the meeting, we'll have trustees raising their hands, and I want to know who they are so I can acknowledge them. So my question is, can we do our Zoom screen differently so I can see a full gallery? And I guess the way that we would do that would be by closing the shared screen. And we could reopen a shared screen if we have a presentation, but aside from that, I'd like to be able to see the gallery and acknowledge raised hands and so forth.
So shall it be?
Okay, great, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item C8, and that's to approve the minutes for our last meeting, which was the regular business meeting number 12 held on December 9th, 2020. Do I hear a motion?
Move approval of minutes?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please, Alex.
Trustee Chenlau,
Aye.
Trustee Osterling,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Silver,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow,
Aye.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, minutes approved. Agenda item C9, board committees reporting out. Do we have any committee chairs reporting out tonight?
I can report out for the legislative committee.
Okay, we have Linda and then followed by John and then followed by Tammy.
Yeah, so the legislative committee met with our legislative lobbyist, Dale Shimasaki, and went over several bills, but legislature has until the 22nd, I believe. Is that correct, Erica, to submit? So we're waiting to see what final bills get submitted to determine what we're going to advocate for. The league did a presentation on several items that they want to ensure that we advocate for. I think I sent that to you, Erica, but I'll send it to the rest of the legislative committee. And then we have decided that since this is all going to be done virtually, all of our visits will be done virtually. We're not really tied to making those appointments on those first 2 days of the conference. So we will schedule those legislative visits pending honing in on the priorities for advocacy, and then and we'll schedule that sometime after the conferences. And that's it.
Great, thank you, Linda. John, you're next.
Budget and audit did meet. The two most significant topics on our agenda are on our agenda tonight, so I won't discuss them other than to say that we are recommending both of these to you tonight. And we will be meeting again in February, where we will receive the draft of the actual financial audit for the district.
Okay, thank you, John. And Tammy.
Board goals met last Thursday, and we worked with our CEO. We appreciate the time she takes to meet with us. And we're working on finding metrics for things like dual enrollment and workforce. You need to be able to measure things. We're working to find metrics on student services. Dr. Androgenis has some interesting ideas, and we look forward to working with her on that. Also, it is very important that we develop a DEI mission statement for PCC. The Chancellor's Office has a template on that, and we will be refining that and hope to present a DEI mission statement for our college.
Tammy, are we going to go over that in our upcoming board retreat?
Linda asked.
So Jim, I think that there's several things. I think we're waiting for you to report out on what we'll be going over in the retreat. And I believe we'll have a consultant who will help us kind of hone in on some of the DEI governance work of the committee. So we certainly could think about that and put it on the agenda. So I have not spoken with the consultant. I believe Dr. Androgenis has been working with the consultant, and I guess you, or you will be.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Erica, I'll suggest that we do put that on our retreat agenda.
I will say we only have 4 hours, so I don't know how our time is allocated.
Well, yeah, we could. So discussing the board goals would be part of it. Because part of the work that we're doing with the consultant is around board communication and talking about things like goals and the things that are important. So those two things align quite nicely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next is agenda item C10, and that's board member statewide committee reports. Linda, did you have a report on this?
I don't have anything on the statewide committees. I'm trying to think. No, I don't have anything on the
I
statewide
was
committee.
referring to the DEI group meeting that was held on Tuesday. If you wanted to report out on that.
Okay, well, I could. I thought we had a DEI committee
Well, we
meeting.
do. You know, you're right. We can do
Because
that.
last time I tried to report out on it, you told me to wait until the DEI committee
Yeah.
meeting.
Well, I gave you a head fake. Sorry about that. Yeah, we'll hold off and cover that on the DEI agenda later. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're all done then, and we'll move on to agenda item D, and this is our consent calendar. And as before, in one fell swoop, we're going to do consent calendar items E, F, and G. And then separately, we'll do H, which is personnel. So before I call for a motion on E, F, and G, is there any consent calendar item that any trustee would like to pull off the calendar for any discussion? Otherwise, we'll just blanket approve them on the consent calendar. Okay.
Jim,
Sandra.
President Osterling,
Yes.
I don't have a specific item to pull off the consent. I just would like to make a comment on the contracting, on the contracts for PCC.
Okay, and it's not a specific item, it's a general comment.
Yes.
Okay, and so really, it's a general comment on consent calendar item G.
Yes.
All right, why don't you go ahead and make your comment on consent calendar item G, business generally, and then we'll call for a motion.
Sure. A couple years ago, when I came on board, I asked the administration at the time to see if there's a way to look at what the contracts that are awarded for minority-owned businesses. And at the time, the administration was not able to track it. But now they're able to track it thanks to President Androgenis and her team, Mike Bush, and the folks in purchasing who are able to track contracts awarded. And so they have provided some numbers for us. So we have $3 million awarded in contracts to local business vendors. And we have $77,000 in contracts awarded to small businesses, and $8,000 awarded to minority-owned businesses, and $406 awarded to women-owned businesses. So my comment is certainly without data, we're not able to really see where we may need to look at how these contracts are awarded and who are receiving these awards. And I certainly would like to ask President Androgenis and her team to look at ways to see how we can improve the numbers or the awards to the minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. And there could be a number of reasons why the numbers are so low. So I would like to just take this opportunity to ask the administration maybe to do a deeper dive into how. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sandra, and thank you for asking for this information and presenting it, and for encouraging us to increase our contracting to minority-owned, veteran-owned, women-owned, et cetera, businesses. Now, I'm going to next ask for a motion to approve consent calendar items E, F, and G, student, instruction, and business. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Buckelheit for consent calendar items E, F, and G.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin-Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterlin.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you, Alex. We're now going to move on to agenda item H, which is also consent calendar for personnel. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please. Agenda item H, personnel consent calendar items.
We
Trustee
can't do, I don't think we could do all of the personnel in one vote, Jim.
Oh, no, you can't. I'm sorry. I was thinking you were calling for H2, but you're right. You can't do it all at once. You have to do them one by one.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, we'll go one by one. So we're going to, do we want to move and second each one
Yeah,
individually?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I move on H2.
And second,
What about H1?
oh, H1, Linda.
Yeah.
No, H1 is just, isn't H1 just to approve everything from 2 to 5? So you're not going to do H1.
Oh, we can't do that. Okay,
No.
can I ask something or make a
Yeah.
comment if we're going to do
Yeah.
H2?
Tony, you have the floor.
Okay, I just wanted to, I was surprised because I didn't know all these people were retiring, and I know most of them. But we have 101 years of retirements, and our friend for 41 years, English instructor Roger Marham is going to retire. And I enjoyed when I used to teach in Italy. He was there, and we had a great deal of fun. 31 years, language and ESL instructor Gloria Horton, and 29 years, English instructor Robert Lee. And I just want to congratulate them on behalf of the board, and I'll make a motion to approve item number H2 then.
Okay. Tony, thank you. And I always appreciate when you call out our employees and their long service. Greatly appreciated. And I'm going to announce that I'm confused on as a point of order here. So item number 1 is to approve consent calendar items 2 through 5.
Right. I don't believe you need to do these individually. I think they can be one. The only thing about this area is that the student trustee does not vote, but
yes,
that's why there's a consent calendar item. I'm not sure why, Linda, why they can't be voted
that's
on
my
together.
understanding too. Does anybody have a difference of opinion? If not, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve H in blanket in total.
Okay, I move to approve H1 through 5, or
I'll
H1,
second
so
that.
it's 2 through 5.
I think I was thinking of the action items.
Right, the action items have to be one by one. Right.
Understood.
Right.
No problem. We are back on track. We're going to have we have a motion and second to approve all of the consent calendar items under H personnel. So we are ready for a roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehite.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. Student trustee does not vote on personnel items.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Alex. And we're now going to move on to agenda item I, which are our action items, and these we will go at one by one. So I1 is nominations for California Community College Trustees Board.
President Osterling, may I speak to that?
Please do. Yes, you have the floor, Linda.
Yeah, so this is a general announcement that goes out from the league every year. There will be 7 open positions, mainly lost to, mainly because several of at least 5 of our trustees lost their positions in the election, during the elections. And then 2 are, one was terming out and 1 resigned or did not run for their position again. So yeah, this is going to be a big site, but we have not much to do because I am the CCCT trustee and you can only have 1 per district. But look forward to seeing the nominations that come forward. We expect quite a few, and there should be some very good trustees who are raising their hand to step up.
Okay, Linda, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we lost some great trustees at the statewide level that did not get reelected at their local board level. And so there will be turnover at the CCCT board. Moving on to Well, you know, this shows up, Linda, as an action item, but is there any action that we need to take here?
No.
There is no action on
Okay.
this.
Okay, fine. This might have been better as an information item, but that's
Well,
okay. No problem.
Yeah, and I think in previous years, there was some action to be taken. So I think it just went on there in case there needed to be action taken. So
If we were to make a nomination, that's right. It would.
Right,
We
right.
would have had to approve it by the board. That's correct.
There
And-
will be an action item coming up, probably for our March meeting. So all nominations are due by February, I think by February 15th. So we will know then what the field looks like. And then sometime in March, April, we will then be voting on our recommendations to support and to vote for certain candidates.
Okay, great. So we'll look forward to that probably in March. Okay, moving on to agenda item I2. This is the receipt of our fiscal year 2019-2020 foundation audit. And again, this is the foundation, not the college. Is there a presentation on this?
no.
Okay, that's fine. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second it.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Trustee Osterling, if anybody has questions,
Yeah.
Bobby Abram is here in the meeting,
Okay.
but it's just you receiving the audit.
Yeah, so moved and seconded, before I go to a roll call vote, is there any questions or comments?
There's no questions, but certainly a comment that it's good to know that the foundation is also moving forward with its diversity, equity, inclusion initiative as well, and looking at board members who may be who fit the profiles of a diverse leadership on the foundation board, and certainly recognizing Dr. Jack Scott and fellow board member Charmaine for their work in ensuring that the foundation board is a reflection of the community that it serves.
Thank you, Trustee Chen Lao. And I always want to make sure that I thank the PCC Foundation for how they support our students. It's so fabulous to have a community that contributes to the foundation, so the foundation can support our students. And I don't want to belabor the financial statements, but I do want to point out at the end of fiscal year 2020, we had the foundation has assets of approximately $32 million, which again, the income from that, et cetera, goes to support our students. So we're greatly appreciative of the PCC Foundation and the good work that they do for our students. I will, Sandra, please go ahead.
I was going to say it's not very diverse because 8 of the foundation members are from my district. It's area 1. So, but I'm really glad to see that there's a lot of participation, and certainly congratulations to the new board members who have just signed on to be on the board.
Okay, end of discussion. It's been moved and seconded to approve the receipt of the PCC Foundation audit. And we're now going to go to a roll call vote. Again, Mr. Buckelheim.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
A vote of 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Audit received, approved. We're now on to agenda item I3, and this is to adopt resolution number 670, and I'll read this as quickly as I can. This is a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Pasadena Area Community College District, which authorizes the execution and delivery of not to exceed $32 million of 2021 certificates of participation. Those are all also called COPs, COPs. This is for the Serafian Building Project, evidencing the direct, undivided, fractional interests of the owners thereof in lease payments to be made by Pasadena Area Community College District to Public Property Financing Corporation of California and ordering certain actions in connection therewith. And I know that we have a report on this item, and so we can go to a share screen if there is PowerPoint presentation to share.
There is, if I need to find it here.
Okay. And I will warn my fellow trustees ahead of time, this is complicated stuff. So do your best to pay attention and feel free to ask questions if some of this information is confusing, and it's important. This is how we're going to finance the interim financing for the rebuilding of the Serafian building.
Jim, while this is Tammy. Oh, while he's looking, you can slide your screen on the share screen and make the share smaller to expand your gallery.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, when I do that, that's great, but then it covers up the slides. But my gallery gets bigger, but it covers up the slides.
Well, you can get it to the halfway point of the page.
Okay. All right. Fire away. We have a presentation, and take it away, please, Dr. Bush and your outside team.
Thank you so much. Last spring, we had discussions with the board about how, with us not going out for a geo bond at that time for November, how we could proceed with the Serafian building. And we talked about using some swing financing, which would be a COP and a certificate of participation. And so our financial team started to work on that. I'll introduce the financial team in a second, but I need to correct something from our Finance and Audit Committee. Mr. Martin, I apologize. At the time, I thought the next general election would be in March, and our Rockstar Bond Counsel, Angela Rowling, went out to the register and found out it's in June. So we've amended these slides to reflect a June election for a geo bond. Okay, with that, I'd like to introduce our team, our bond counsel, longtime bond counsels with us, and La Marina Rolene, partner with Norton Rose and Fulbright. Trennis Wright is with us, our banker with Piper Sandler, who helped us with our refunding of our geo bonds. But new to our team is Rachel Chanquay, Senior Vice President with Fieldman and Rollop. And more importantly, she's a graduate of San Marino High School and an alumnus of PCC. So she's a great addition to the team, and the team will be presenting this presentation. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Chanquay.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bush. Hello, President Ostering, Dr. Andrew Jonas, members of the board, and members of the cabinet. As Dr. Bush noted, in order to finance the district's portion of the Serafian project, the issuance of COPs or certificates of participation is being contemplated. In the presentation this evening, we will get into the functions and the specifics of the COPs in greater detail, as well as the reasons and thought process behind the structure and considerations now that we have started the process and have a better idea about the market and the district's future plans. I'll be covering the first 3 slides, starting with an introduction on this slide number 1, I do not plan to read the bullet points word by word, but if it's okay with everyone, I will go through each point with a particular emphasis on the special features of the proposed COPs to make sure we provide the board with all the necessary information. Please feel free to stop me if you have any questions throughout these presentations. First, we just covered the reason for considering the COPs, which is to finance our portion of the Serafian project. Good construction proceeds that we're looking to deliver is $27 million now. No change to the construction period, which is expected to be 2 years. COP is one of the traditional financing mechanisms used by many local governments to procure the needed funds. COPs are not repaid from property taxes, unlike GO bonds, general obligation bonds, but it's repaid through the general fund by annually appropriating or budgeting for the repayments. It is the team's understanding that the district is considering a June 2022 GO bond measure, as Dr. Bush mentioned earlier, and that the GO bonds will be allowed to prepay the COPs early. To coincide with this plan, the next sub-bullet point is a very important feature of the COPs. The proposed COPs will be issued with a short-dated option to prepay. On a later slide, we will review more details about the timeline associated with the prepayment provision. But next, to allow the utmost flexibility and to reserve the district's general fund for core education programs or other district priorities, we will be structuring the COPs with funding 3 years of capitalized interest at issuance. This is to correlate with the GO timeline, which I'll get into more details on the next slide. But I would like to first note that we have reviewed various scenarios since last spring, with a period of the capitalized interest ranging from 0 to 3 years. The proposed capitalized interest term of 36 months is the legally allowed maximum. And again, a more conservative approach, we believe, for timing flexibilities, because we understand that plans can change and market conditions can change. Mr. Chen is right, will present more information on market conditions, but to provide you with an overview in this next bullet points. Rates on municipal bonds continue to be around historically low levels. Given PCC's excellent credit rating, our preliminary analyses show that the all-in true interest cost for the proposed COPs would be around 3.5%, assuming the COPs are never prepaid or refinanced. If the district executes the early prepay as currently contemplated, which is in August 2023, the effective all-in borrowing cost would be as low as 1.5%. We have, in the later part of the presentation, detailed figures, but I would like to note that the 3.5% and 1.5% are estimates that include all the financing costs associated with issuing the COPs. Are there any questions before I move on to the sample timeline slide? Great. So we have prepared an illustration of the sample timeline with regards to the overall plan and depicts the thought process behind the COP structures. To orient ourselves through this slide before getting into the specifics, the top portion in blue relates to the COPs. The bottom portion in orange is for the future GO bond measure. I'll start with the COPs. First date on the slide in the upper left-hand corner, we expect to sell the COPs in February-March timeframe of this current year. And moving along the timeline to its right, the first semi-annual payment will occur in August 2021. It's structured as an interest-only payment that is to be repaid by the capitalized interest funded at issuance. Moving along further, the next payment will occur in February 2022. Again, another interest-only payment covered by capitalized interest. I will not redo every of these dates, but now that we've discuss how the capitalized interest fund will be used to make the interest-only payments. You will see that is how 36-month or 6 semi-annual payments of the COPs will be paid. To the far upper right-hand corner, looking at the payments starting in August 2024, beyond that 3-year cap-by period, if the COPs are not fully repaid with GeoBond dollars, that is when the district will start making payments from the general fund. The dark gray arrow on the top shows the COPs are prepayable on any date starting in August 2023. You're not obligated to prepay them in August 2023, but that is the starting date that you will get to exercise that flexibility to redeem the COPs without any premium, which is also the reason that 1, you see those dates under the arrow, and 2, the or reference, whether covered by capitalized interest or the general fund, the district can repay them in full with GeoBonds. So we talked about the capitalized interest can only go out to February of 2024 because of the 3-year legal limit. Now you may ask, why is August 2023 selected as the first date that we get to prepay the COPs? With that, I'll transition to the bottom blue dates and walk through how August 2023 date correspond with the GO dates. The deadline to call for a June 2022 election will be in March. Moving to the right, assuming the GO measure is passed in June 2022, and conceptually following the approval, the district starts the planning process for the first series of the GO issuance. If the board approves the sale by April of 2023, the GO bond funds will be available by July of 2023. If this timeline is executed, we'll be able to prepay the COPs on the first allowed date of August 2023. As I mentioned, the district is not obligated to this timeline. As the light gray arrow on the bottom shows, you can use GOs to prepay the COPs any date after the election passage. And to summarize the slides, here are 3 key dates in the plan. June 2022, the GO election date. About 15 months thereafter is August 2023, the first date you can prepay the COPs in full with GO bonds. Lastly, February 2024, the last interest payment date that will be covered by capitalized interest. I know I just cover a lot of different dates and concepts on this slide. Does the board have any questions?
So this is based on the assumption that the bond will pass?
Correct.
Okay, and we all hope that the bond will pass, and if the bond doesn't pass, then it would be, how would it be paid? Is it then the upper slides? The upper, then
That
it'll
is
be paid, okay.
That is correct. So the district, so certainly June of 2022 is a option for considering the GO measure. There are also later dates such as November 2022 being the next subsequent election that the district can consider another attempt if June 2022 was not successful. But to the extent that no GO election is called or passed, then the district will execute the blue timeline, which is to start making COP repayment from the general fund starting in August 2024.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Great. So slide number 3. Yes.
Rachel, not a question, but just an observation for my fellow board members. If you could go back to the prior slide. So there's a lot going on in this slide, and just to summarize it briefly, the earliest we can pay off the bonds, this COP is August of 2023. And again, as Rachel said, we don't have to pay it off then, but as you move to the right, you can see we can still pay off in Feb of 24, we can make the interest payments using capitalized interest, which isn't really cash out of our pockets per se, and we can pay off the bonds. But after that, we really start to be penalized if we don't have a GO bond in place to pay off the COPs, because now we're paying the payments on this COP out of our general fund. So it's just an observation that we're really highly motivated to get a GO bond on the ballot and get it passed in June of 2022 or November of 2022, so that we don't get to that point at the far right on the schedule where we would be making these payments out of the general fund. And that's it. I just want to call my fellow trustees to attention to that, and then Rachel, go ahead and carry on, please.
Great, thank you. Then I will move on to slide number 3, terminology. You are hearing these terms used throughout tonight's presentation. I will not take as much time on this particular slide to read through every point, but just to highlight each terminology by focusing on the specifics. Starting with the first one, lease asset. Ms. Rowling will explain more about the mechanics of the lease, which is fundamental to COPs. But lease asset is essentially what the district leases to the counterparty, and the counterparty simultaneously leasing it back to the district, and will also explain their role and that mechanism. But the district has selected the Visual and Performing Arts Center as the leased asset, it being the essential purpose asset with enough value to substantiate the COP's lease payment. Next, the credit rating. The district has GO ratings with both Moody's and S&P. The ratings are AA1 and AA+, the highest that any non-basic aid or community support districts are rated these days, and we do not expect any changes to the GO ratings. As far as the COP rating, the district and the team presented to S&P last Tuesday, seeking a rating specifically for the COPs. Based on the fiscal health and overall credit strength of PCC, we anticipate the COPs to be one notch below the GO rating, which would be rated AA. It is very typical for COPs to be rated lower than GO, given that GOs are secured by the property taxes of the entire district's boundaries, while the COPs are secured by the general fund. Again, no change to the AA+ GO rating is expected. With such excellent credit rating, next item on the list is the reserve account. It will not be required. To get into a little more explanation about a reserve account, this is to provide additional security for the COP financing by setting cash aside at the time of issuance. Again, with the district's strong creditworthiness, we can forego setting up this reserve account without any credit rating impact or loss of investor interest, which is a significant interest cost savings to the district. We already touched on the option to redeem the COPs being August 2023, which is a little bit more than 1 year of the June 2022 GO measure passing. Lastly, the capitalized interest. Having already reviewed the function, I would like to emphasize that it is the plan to structure the COPs with 3 years of capitalized interest. That concludes all of my slides. I'm happy to answer any other questions before I hand the next portion of the presentation to Ms. Rowland. Great. And please take it from here.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So this is just a schematic of the financing structure of the certificates of participation. We'll start with the box with Pasadena City College, or actually to the left of that, the bondholder, investor, or the lender at the time of issuing the COPs will provide proceeds to the trustee or paying agent, who is US Bank, National Association. US Bank will then, if you follow the gray arrow pointing up to Pasadena City College, the college can then draw on those proceeds to provide its state matching funds for the Serafian building project. Post issuance, we move to those burnt orange colored slides where Pasadena City College will provide annual or semi-annual interest and annual lease rental payments. Those are going to the nonprofit corporation, who will be the lessor of the district's leased asset or the leased property of the Performing Arts Center. And the nonprofit corporation, who is basically just a counterparty to the lease, they automatically assign the lease rental payments back to the trustee, who then, as paying agent, pays back the bondholders or investors into the COPs. So the no money actually flows through the corporation because it is automatically assigned to the trustee. They are merely the counterparty. And if we go to the next slide, so this is basically the documents that allow the function. They've all been explained in the executive summary to the agenda item, but in the site lease, the district as lessor provides the visual and leases the Performing Arts Center to the nonprofit corporation. And then the nonprofit corporation becomes the lessor, and PCC makes the lease payments to the nonprofit corporation. So those lease payments represent the fair rental value for the leased property, and they require annual appropriations by the board to make such payments. As we mentioned regarding the assignment agreement, the nonprofit corporation assigns at closing any rights to any lease payments to the trustee, and the trust agreement is the function where Pasadena appoints US Bank as trustee to then make those lease payments to the investors in the COPs. Now, at the time of sale, if this board were to approve the resolution, you're basically authorizing certain authorized officers of the district, that is the superintendent, the assistant superintendent of business services, to, on the date of sale of the COPs, which is around February, I believe, they will enter into an agreement with Piper Sandler through the purchase agreement. At that time, they will take a look at the interest rates and market conditions as of that sale date. And then they enter into this agreement with Piper Sandler, who will purchase the COPs and sell them on the open market to investors. Any questions regarding the legal structure?
Sandra.
I have a question. How is US Bank selected as a co-trustee?
So US Bank is actually the preferred bank of LA County. So for all of LA County Office of Education, schools and community colleges, whether it's general obligations, bonds done, US Bank is typically the trustee. And they're ranked #1 in the country as far as providing municipal bond trust services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I'll hand it over to Trennis.
Okay, thanks, Ann. Good evening, everybody. This graph is, I guess, a 5.5-year look of the benchmark rate against which the bonds, the COPs you sell, will be priced, right? So the benchmark rate is affectionately called MMD, which is a acronym that stands for Municipal Market Data. And it's for tax-exempt securities. It is the benchmark rate used nationally. And so we provided this scale. It's a 10-year look, 10-year rate, which is the blue line, and then the darker, I think it's a gray line, looks like, is the 30-year rate for the MMD. So again, going back 5.5 years, November 16, you can see where it was before the 2016 election. which I thought might be of interest given recent events. So around 250 and 170, that rate peaked, or those two rates peaked at 340 and 275 right before the Federal Open Market Committee reversed its monetary policy and started reducing the target discount rate. And then come February of 2020, embarked on refinancing some of your general obligation bonds, which at the time seemed like the lowest rates possible at 157.98. And of course, we entered the pandemic period, which drove everybody mad, present company included. And share market fell off, bond market fell off, so rates skyrocketed very temporarily. And they've come way back, as you can see. So the current benchmark rate for your MMD, your 30-year rate is 147, and your 10-year rate is 0.79. So even lower than when you sold your geo bonds back in February, which again, we thought was probably the all-time lows, or near them anyway. But things have gotten even better. So if the question is, hey, is this a good time to be selling our COPs? I would say, having done this for 17 years, absolutely yes. It's a great time to be selling your COPs. Any questions? No? Okay. So this is a slide, it's a summary of 3 scenarios, and it's not a misprint. So the A, which is in the gray box, kind of summarizes scenarios. I'll go through those in a second. B through H, that is not a misprint. Those are identical on purpose, because no matter what you do, as far as which option you pursue as time goes on, these things about what you do will not change. So what are your options? First column is the one we've been talking about the most, I suppose, is you sell the bonds in the COPs, next month. And you pass a bond measure, and by August 2023, which is the first call date on the bonds, you're taking them off the market. So going through scenario A, your capitalized interest will pay your bonds or pay your COPs through that date. General fund will pay nothing. And your new geo bond will prepay those COPs on that August 2023 date. So that's the scenario I think we've talked about the most thus far. The second one is a little arbitrary, but to say, okay, well, what if things don't go to plan? And we have to wait a couple years to get the COPs prepaid. Well, your capitalized interest will run out in February of 2024, which is that first line in the second scenario. Then a general fund, which is what President Osterling had referred to in that as the top right box of that timeline that was 3 slides ago. There's a period where the general fund would be on the hook from August 24 to August of 2025. And then, presumably, and again, it's arbitrary, but it's something that we thought would be a good measurement date, is you prepay your COPs on August 25 instead of August 2023. And then just to kind of round out everything, the column is, what if we do nothing? What if we don't pursue a geo bond? Or we say, hey, let's leave the COPs out there to term. That is what that scenario says. So your capitalized interest pays your debt service through February 2024, but the general fund is on the hook starting August 2024, there through final term on August of 2051. So those are our 3 scenarios. But again, the facts that associate with these 3 scenarios for line B through H are all the same. We'd be issuing $28 million in COPs. We would be capitalized interest again covers through February 2024, so the general fund is not on the hook. Line D, that's how much in capitalized interest you're actually borrowing. You're borrowing $3.3 million. Net maturity, no matter what scenario you wind up pursuing, is the same at $47.8 million, and that's for 30 years, right? Over 30 years. And then, Trustee Lau, I think your question about the annual debt service, what are we really going to be looking at? That's the 1.7 million per annum. So if for some reason you don't pursue GEO and the general fund is on the hook every year, you'd be paying 1.7 out of your general fund, which at the moment of your unrestricted general fund is about 1%. of the total. So it's pretty low. So then you're borrowing money. What's the rates? What we call the all-in rates, so that accounts for costs. It's about 3.5% in the current market. And then of course the August 2023 date, which is I'm sure beginning to haunt us all, is at the bottom there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. President Osterling. Yes, sir.
I don't want to jump ahead on your presentation, but if we do prepay in column 1, i.e. if we prepay in August of 2023,
yes, sir,
or if we prepay in August of 2025,
yes, sir.
Can you tell the trustees what our all-in cost to borrow or all-in interest rate would be, or is that on a future slide?
Funny you should ask. Do you mind flicking the slide? Okay. So that bottom line, the L, is what you're referring to, President Osterling. So if you prepay them as kind of expected, right? I mean, I have a lot of confidence that you'd be able to pass a bond measure, just given the recent ones passed in November, and it looks good. The environment looks good, and probably even better given the current political environment going forward. That rate would be 150 if you prepaid in August 2023. If you end up paying in August 2025, it's 260, but it will never exceed that 350 that you see to the far right.
Thank you. Yeah, you've answered my question. So to my fellow trustees, again, just an observation, our plan is column 1, that we would have a GEO bond of, we would have a bond issue approved and a GEO bond in place to pay these off as early as August of 2023. And if we do that, down there on row L, our cost to borrow would be about 1.6%, I'm rounding, which is a very low and attractive interest rate. If we didn't get a bond issue in place quickly enough, and we had to wait another 2 years and prepay the COPs in the second column in August of 2025, the all-in interest rate goes up, but at 2.6% rounded, that's still a pretty attractive borrowing rate. Carry on, please.
Okay, so again, we reiterated the scenarios, which is the gray box A, and then line I is how much capitalized interest you'd be using to make COP payments. I tend to deal more in numbers. Some people deal with pictures. Some people deal with concepts. But we wanted to give you just a couple of numbers to associate with what we've been talking about here. So you're borrowing you're only borrowing 3.3 million in capitalized interest. So if through August 2023, you prepaid them, you would have used up 2.7 million of that 3.3. So you'd have about 6 months left over of capitalized interest, which is first column, row J, is that 574,000. That's what you would have left. And you would put that money towards the prepayment of the COPs. So $500,000 would go from that residual, and the other balance to pay off the COPs would be from the GEOs. So then you say, okay, well, what's the net? What am I on the hook for, right? In line K, what's the general fund on the hook for in each scenario, which is what that line K describes. You do it according to the plan, and you pay nothing out of the general fund. You have a gap, which is August 2024 through August 2025, and you've got about a $1.4 million payment from the general fund over that period. And then, of course, if you go to term, it's the 47.8. So that's really, as far as the math goes of it, that's really it. I don't know if anybody has any questions on slide 8. I know there's always a delay, so I'll give you a second. Okay. All right, take it away, Dr. Bush.
Okay. Question by Trustee Silver. Tammy, you have the floor.
Yeah, I had a question now 2 slides before. Yeah, right. So I don't understand line E, where the debt service to final maturity is the same no matter what we do. I don't understand how that can be.
Remember, you're issuing a 30-year, so sort of like your mortgage, right? You're issuing a 30-year mortgage, basically, right? And ignoring, so the column to the far right says, hey, in this scenario, in the column to the far right, we're not doing anything. We're paying these COPs all the way to term, and that's the number 47.8. Well, that number, that 47.8, again, because we've labeled it and labeled line E very specific, that it's net debt service to final maturity, not net debt service to August 2023, not net debt service to August 2025. We've said it's to maturity, and that's why it's the same for all three scenarios. Does that make sense now? You're nodding. You're on mute, Trustee Silva.
Right. So it's just, should you pay? But whereas, okay. Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, because it's very different. Through August 2023, the net debt service to that date, right, is the sum of all, is really just your capitalized interest, which is the 3.3 million through August 2023. Well, actually, go to the next slide, please, Mike. It's the 2 points, line I, right? It's the 2.8 you would have paid through August 2023. But again, that's not from the general fund. That's from the capitalized interest you borrowed.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right, I'd like to review the timeline. We're at the January 20th, and we're asking the board to authorize the COPs so we can move forward. By February 17th, we'll have the preliminary official statement. We'll go to pre-market February 18th to 22nd. This date's a little different than we showed the Finance Committee. And the issue is because the board's going to be accepting the audit. And we don't want to have to do an additional disclosure right after you accept the audit. So we're just going to pause a few days so we can include the final audit numbers. We'll have our pre-pricing the 23rd, 24th, February 25th through March 8th. We'll have post-sale auctions, and March 9th through 10th will be pre-closing and closing, and we'll have access to the funds. Any questions on the timeline?
Mike, the timeline is understandable. As a practical matter, when do we actually need the money for purposes of paying our share of the cost to build the Serafian building, and where are you going to park that money in the meantime?
Well, the money we're using will be in the county treasurer as we draw down the funds within our capital facility fund.
Okay.
When we need the money is somewhat of a moving target. As you recall, our bidding for the demolition is currently with the Department of Finance, and we hope to hear very shortly that they've approved it and we can award the contract. And then probably within 30 to 45 days, we'd get the first pay app after the notice to proceed. And then we have sufficient funds within the district to cover our 20% on that. But I'm looking at March to April. We hopefully will be beginning the construction phase. And when we get into the construction phase, we could be clipping $1 million a month in pay apps. So we're going to need to have the funds in place. And recall, we're also borrowing enough for cash flow because the state has a reimbursement mechanism. So we pay $1 million to the contractor, then they'll refund us $800,000. And then we'll just continue that until we're done. So we're always floating the state share.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Mike.
Yes.
Linda, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mike, can you remind me when the state will be, when we will be looking at receiving the state's money? What's the process on that?
It's a bit convoluted, okay? We have to get approval from 2 state agencies before we can start. So when we say we want to go to bid, they review the bid documents, they review the plans, they review everything, and then they say, okay, you can go to bid. Then after we go to bid and the board conditionally awards, then we have to send it back to the chancellor's office for review. And then they send it to the Department of Finance that says, okay, we can start drawing down. But once that happens, as we pay a bill, we put it in their online system at the chancellor's office, and within about 30 days, we will receive the funds. They're a lot faster than they used to be. So
Thank you.
We just have to get permission to get into the construction phase, and then it'll be about a 30-day float.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, that concludes our presentation, and we would ask the board to authorize this.
Before I call for a motion, Trustee Martin, do you have any comments or observations?
Not in addition to what was presented.
Okay, thank you.
Other than that, I reported earlier, I think the committee heard the presentation, asked a lot of questions, and recommended approval to the board.
Okay, so Audit and Budget Committee has recommended this, that the board approve this. Okay, before I call for a motion, I want to thank Dr. Bush and everybody else for their presentation, and I want to call out in particular Rachel as a PCC alum, and I understand she told me that she took some finance classes at PCC that eventually set her down this path. We're very proud of you. You're a PCC success story, and thank you everybody for that presentation. And now I would like to call for a motion for approval.
I move to approve.
And a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we're going to go to a roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide, please.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you again for that presentation. Motion carries unanimously. We are going to move on to agenda item I4. This is resolution number 672, and this is commemorating African American History Month, February 2021. Before I call for a motion, is there any discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please. Again, Mr. Bucklehide.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown. Trustee Brown. There we go.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item I5, resolution number 671, commemorating International Holocaust Remembrance Day, January 27th, 2021. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a roll call vote again. Mr. Bucklehide.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Aye. I think there was
Trustee
an extra
Brown.
vote in there.
Wait a
Aye.
minute. Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin. Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. That concludes our action items section of the agenda. We're moving on to information items, section J. And our first information item is J1, the governor's proposed 2021-2022 budget update. I assume we have a presentation here.
We do, sir.
Okay, Dr. Bush, you have the floor.
Thank you. The governor has proposed a budget. In general, it's better than expected. It is modest, but it is just modest, and it is focused on the state budget is focused on the pandemic and the related economic impact. The state budget is not an education budget. The state is facing some very big challenges. They have a Golden State stimulus of $600 to low-income Californians. They have recovery grants for small business, and there's an emphasis to reopen schools for in-person learning. The focus is on younger students, but it carries through higher ed about a genuine feeling of the state government that we need to reopen our schools. The revenues have outperformed estimates. Last May and last June, we thought we were Wile E. Coyote going off of a cliff and revenues were falling, and we bounced back. From a state's perspective, it was a V-shaped recovery of a recession. We know that when we talk about the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, or the different types of labor forces, it's a K recovery. So there's sections of the economy that have recovered, and there's sections of the economy that have not recovered, and unemployment is still high, and there's a lot of need and hurt out there. But from a state's perspective, we have what's called a very progressive tax system, in that the highest earners are paying the bulk of the personal income taxes. And since tech and a lot of professional jobs have recovered and people are able to work remotely, those personal income is up for the state, and up from what they projected, not necessarily up. Corporate's up from what they projected. Sales is down 2.3 billion, down from where they projected. But overall, the revenue increased 2.8 billion for the state over their projection 6 months ago. The California Community College budget, Prop 98, provides the minimum guarantee for K-12 and community college funding. And although the formula determines the total funding, the governor and legislature determine the allocation within Prop 98. In determining Prop 98 requirements, the Department of Finance estimates the minimum guarantee. For those Prop 98 nerds, we're in test one still. These estimates cover prior, current, and budget years. And that's important. And when this budget has a lot of one-time money, they are really going back to 1819 Prop 98 and how much do they owe the system? And then 1920 from last year, how much do we owe the system? So, and the governor is going to spend that in one-time funds. It's adjusted periodically with settle up to require the funding to the minimum guarantee. The governor proposes, the budget's doing so well. You remember last year we took out of the school stabilization account. Well, the budget's doing so well, he needs to put money in this year. So we're going to start putting money away again for another rainy day. Prop 98, I have to move the gallery so I can see my numbers, excuse me. You can see that the Prop 98, the different components are all going up from current year to our proposed year, they expect Prop 98 to go up 6.4%, but you're going to see community colleges are only going up 4.7%. And part of that has to do with the differentiated COLA. K-12 is receiving a much higher COLA than us. We're getting a 1.5 for next year. They're also getting a 1.5 for next year, but they're owed a COLA for current year. So they're going to go up about a 3.6 COLA, and where we're only going up a 1.5 COLA. So the governor has proposed a COLA. It is one of the strangest COLAs we've ever seen proposed. It's a 1.5 COLA for our general operating. And most categoricals will also get a 1.5 COLA. So he budgeted $11 million. Pasadena's share is $2.2 million. However, this is a conditional COLA. The COLA is conditional upon the college approving an actionable plan to close the equity gaps by 40%. This is very much in line with the values and the direction and leadership of Dr. Anajonas. So this won't be a big deal, but it's interesting. We're getting a general operating COLA with the condition that we have an actionable plan. And then it also conditioned that we have a 10% increase in distance education courses, 10% increase over our 18-19 academic year. We'll have a 10% increase in that. We've seen to have gone way over this year from a 10%, but that is one of the requirements. There'll be an increase. There's money to access online technology and mental health. Our share of that would be $600,000. There is a growth for the student-centered funding formula, but we're assuming zero. We're not going to grow. And there is more money for California Apprenticeship Initiative. Currently, we're not in this program. We do have staff looking at it and considering getting the college involved with apprenticeships. There's investment in online education ecosystem and infrastructure. I don't really know what that means, but we're going to get $212,000 to do it. And there is categorical COLAs, but some of the analysis is coming up that not all categoricals may be subject to this. So we need to go through and through the May Revise advocate that all our big categorical programs are getting the COLA because we have salaries in all those programs. And then there's to expand the scenic connection. We already have our 2 scenic connections, so we're going to assume we're not going to get any funds from that. But for ongoing funding, it looks like we're going to get $3.1 million. It's the one-time money that it reflects the governor's needs and governor's priorities, and frankly, reflects Chancellor Oakley's priorities. There is going to be $250 million for emergency financial assistance grants for next year. Our students will get $5.3 million will be our share. Money set aside $100 million for basic needs related to food and housing insecurity. We'll get 2.14 for our students. We'll get support and retention enrollment strategies of $400,000. Expand work-based learning for $400,000 we'll receive. Increase faculty professional development, $400,000, and expand zero textbook cost pathways, $300,000, and we'll get some money for instructional materials for our dual enrollment. So of one-time funds or those settle up funds for Prop 98, we're going to get $9 million for the college. I want to speak a little bit about deferrals. Last year, there was a proposal to cut the budget, defer some and cut a lot of programs. The legislature rejected that and said, we want a larger deferral. And they came up with the adopted budget, had a $1.45 billion deferral from, that's our current budget year, to deferring it into next budget year. So this is still happening in February. Starting in February, we will not receive our apportionments. And so we will be moving forward with our TRAN and that to backfill that deferral so we have the cash to operate. And then next year when we receive the money, we'll pay that off. On the good news, because of the increase in Prop 98 in the state budget health, the governor's proposing to pay off 1.13 billion of that 1.45 deferral. So that'll leave a $326 million deferral for us and for the system, which will be around 600,000 for us, and we can manage that. Of course, what we don't know is which apportionment are they proposing to cut and when are they paying it back. If it's going to be like the 18 or the 1920 fiscal year where we lost part of May and June and they paid it all back in July, the district's healthy enough to float that deferral. And then there's the COVID-19 relief funds. In December, Congress approved an additional $900 billion in economic relief package. The Coronavirus Response Relief and Supplemental Portions Act. $22.7 billion went to higher education emergency relief funds. 1.2, almost 1.3 billion went to California community colleges. And of that, PCC is going to receive slightly over $30 million. The one thing we do know about these funds is that whatever the dollar amount of direct support grants were in our CARES Act have to also be matched out of this act. So we did roughly $7.6 million in direct aid. We'll need to do $7.6 million out of this federal grant. The rules have not been issued yet. If you followed what was happening in DC, they passed this in December. There was a lot of turmoil. The Department of Education did not issue any regulations or rules. And then Betsy DeVos resigned. And so we're waiting for the new administration, which came in today, and hopefully we'll get the regulations published and we'll know the specifics of what this money can be used for. But it should be similar to the CARES Act. We're hoping that there is more flexibility with these funds to reimburse the college for lost revenues and also flexibility to use the funds to reopen the campus. And that concludes my report. Is there any questions?
I don't see any hands up. Trustee Ramirez, David, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bush. I just have one question. I think there was about, over 200,000 to improve online education infrastructure. Do you anticipate that still being the case come the May revise? Because my understanding is that most colleges will be opening up come the next fiscal year. So there may not be a need for that money. Do you anticipate a change in that?
At this point, I don't. The last year was the only year I've seen where the governor really didn't have a strong hand in the direction that the budget was going. There's also the need to improve our infrastructure on our campus. When the students try to use Wi-Fi, we don't have the bandwidth in a lot of areas. We don't have it in our open quad areas. We were able to set up one parking lot with Wi-Fi, but it would, we could improve. We could use the funds.
Thank you.
A good question. Any other questions from the trustees? Yeah, Mike, thank you for that comprehensive presentation and for drilling it down to how those, what's going on up in Sacramento and in Washington, how that drills down specifically to PCC. When we, Mike, when we get some more specifics on the CARES Act piece that will come to PCC, I assume you and Erica will come to the board and make some proposals about how to allocate and spend those funds.
We will, and
yeah.
we'll be including our colleagues, the other VPs, because we really are going to be facing some challenges with our instructional program as we try to reunite students with our campus. And although I understand the facility part, we need Dr. Ramirez's input and Dr. Oliva's input, who understand the pedagogy and the students.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. If there's no further questions, we're going to move to the next informational item. This is item J2, and this is a study session on our technology master plan.
And I'm going to turn it over to Candace Jones to get that started.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew Jonas.
Candace, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Osterling. Alex, can I share? Let's see. Share my screen.
You should be able to.
Okay, thank you. All right, is that showing to everyone?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yes.
wonderful, thank you. I'm like Dr. Bush, I have my gallery and all of that goodness. So good evening, trustees. I'm really, really excited to be with you here this night to share our draft version of our 2021-2025 Technology Master Plan. All right, so our team, let me make some really quick introductions. I first want to recognize our core planning team, which has representation from our Information Technology Services Department, Ms. Joyce Miabe, Roberto Gerardo, Matt Kamara, and Nairi Zograbian. I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out my faculty co-chair of the District Technology Committee, who really worked really diligently with the team to help support our town halls and our focus groups. And I'd like to invite Diane White, who is here with us this evening, to also present. Diane is our lead planner for the project. And a little bit about Diane. She's a product of the community college, California Community College system as a first generation student. She has over 30 years of higher education experience and a tenured faculty member and a leader. And we're super grateful to have her and both Heidi Hampton, who's our project lead on this project, with us today. A little bit about myself. I'm still relatively new to Pasadena City College, and so I just wanted to share, I served in the last 10 years at the University of California, both at the local campus at UCLA and also at the system-wide office at the Office of the President. And I'm very grateful to my experience at the UC system. I think it's really grounded and helped sort of grow my ability around strategic planning in particular. But I really try to be deliberate about bringing those skill sets to the work that we're doing here at PCC. And two items that I've learned really, really well in doing presentations like this. The first is to always ground the project in guiding principles, which we'll talk about today. Things that we can align ourselves on. It's sort of like community momentum. And the second is to make sure that we have moments of pause in this presentation. So there are 3 moments where we're going to stop, gather some thoughts for you all since this is a study session, and then move on to the next portion of the project. So if you wouldn't mind holding your comments or questions to those moments, we have them planned, I promise, and you will get to ask your questions. We've organized it as an overview. We're going to do a little bit of data dive in the work that we're doing, and then also really walk through some of the key strategies and objectives. Finally, before we jump in, I want to say and share in advance, this is a draft. And nothing says draft like a little Latin sprinkled into the content areas and things of that nature. And it's actually intentional. We do that intentionally, one, to convey to you and the community that this can change, it can morph, it can be improved upon. And so while we're extremely proud of the work that we've done thus far, we expect to receive feedback, and we expect to transform this into something that really the community can get around. So having our feedback this evening and through our shared governance process is really, really important. All right. So the technology master plan, what's our purpose? Our purpose is really to provide a framework for the implementation of technology training, hardware, software, services related to technology processes, really to support the district's mission, educational master plan, our strategic goals, and the accreditation standards. This plan, I will say, is not the typical technology master plan. So a lot of technology master plans are very focused on IT sort of technical bits and bytes and Wi-Fi and switches and really ideas around sort of core purchases. And while those things are very, very important, we wanted to shift the focus and reimagine how this plan can foster PCC's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and shift that focus and place the student and student success at the center of our TMP's strategies and objectives. All right, so how does the TMP play within the larger family of plans? So of course, as you know, the integrated planning process, we have our missions, our vision, our values. This is the basis of all of our planning. Then we move into strategic plans, which really guide the direction of the way that we focus our energy and our resources, which then produce educational master plans, facilities master plans, which chart the long-term course towards achieving back to our original basis for planning, our mission, our values, and our vision. And then the technology master plan piece of that guides the implementation of district technology. Other things very similar to what we would expect on sustainability plans, human resources, enrollment management plans, et cetera. All right. So we've talked a lot about what the technology master plan is. I think it's also important as we engage the community to also share what it's not. So the TMP is not a duplication of the educational master plan. And that's intentional because the educational master plan it provides and grounds us in directional purpose. And it's a vision, and it's something that the institution has spent an incredible amount of time on. So we're not trying to duplicate the educational master plan. It's not a replacement for program review or annual review process. It's not intended to be this detailed year-by-year action plan because those things can change. So it's there to provide strategy and objectives, broad strategy and objectives, so that each year the college can make different decisions about the priorities to meet the TMP strategies and objectives, which ultimately meet the EMP strategy and objectives. The reason is because each year we might not have lots and lots of budget. We just sat through a few presentations that say we may need to place some focus on some other areas like training, which don't cost the institution a lot of money, or a policy or procedural types of reviews. So we can always move the technology master plan forward, but we want to do that on a yearly basis because technology changes, plans change, budgets change, tactics change, and we want to provide a lot of flexibility for the institution to move and be agile and turn on a dime if need be. And the last thing that the TMP is not, it's not a shopping list for future IT purchases. I think, again, the goal is to have strategies. Now, a tactic might require a purchase, but those need to be intentionally thought through and planned and budgeted. Okay, so remember I said about these guiding principles. When we started this project, it was really important for us to ground our work in 3 guiding principles. And those principles are student-centeredness. So student success is at the heart of this enterprise. The second principle is equity. We have an unapologetic commitment to and focus on equity. And the third principle that we wanted to rally ourselves around was to be data informed. We want to use external data. We want to use internal data. We don't want anecdotal evidence. And what I mean by that is many of us have stories that we've heard from individual students or stories from community members or faculty, staff, et cetera. What we're looking for this plan for strategic planning purposes is largely around themes. What themes come out of the data that will help us build strategies and objectives that are centered on these 4 items: fostering equitable access to information technology and deploying those resources that are critical to academic, personal, and professional success of students. We want to make sure that we're always grounding our strategies and objectives in enhancing campus engagement and strengthening opportunities to build a community of learners, supporting innovation and excellence, and the delivery of our institutional and customized student support and programs, as well as providing opportunities for our faculty, staff, and students to expand their technical knowledge, skills, and talents. All right, this is one of those moments. We're going to pause for a second. Do you have any thoughts, comments, or initial feedback?
Tammy, you have the floor.
Candace, I'd like to commend you for looking at technology with a DEI lens. I just really want to tip my hat for taking that approach.
Thank you, Trustee Silver. All right, it looks like we can continue on. Okay, here we go. So let me tell you a little bit about our development process and what informed our strategies and objectives. So first, we organized ourselves as a team, core planning team, in the summer of 2020, yes, during a pandemic, and it was a challenge, but we did it. And we really wanted to establish our schedule, identify our institutional information that we need to build the plan. July through August, what we did is spent an incredible amount of time assessing the college's previous technology master plan, the outcomes, review our other college plans like the EMP, determine what data is needed. Then we launched into sort of a collection of data gathering exercises. So we launched some surveys. Our surveys are really to benchmark the current state of technology at PCC. And we distributed it to our students, faculty, and staff. We had really great response rates. So our faculty is about 28% response rate. Our staff, 57%, our students about 10%. So those are significant numbers of input that we received just to benchmark our current state. In addition to this, we did a lot of internal and external scans data. Diane is going to talk a little bit about that in the next portion. We did town halls focused on emerging technology and focus groups. We had about 175 additional participants participate in the town halls, another 30 participants in our focus groups. The focus groups were really intended to ask very specific questions around how technology maps or can support our educational master plan. Then we went into huddle mode. We started to really look and process the information to then produce some goals and objectives. And we've been working on this draft, which tonight again is a draft for you all to give some input on as we work over the next few months, finalizing and reviewing that. With the goal and hope that we would come back to this body for full approval in April of 2021. All right, Diane, would you like to take this?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Candace. Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here with all of you. And we, as Candace described, we wanted to make sure that we grounded this plan in data and have the data inform the plan goals and objectives. And from these scans, we developed themes that we'd be able to specifically link to those goals and objectives, which we will share with you this evening. Again, we're not duplicating the educational master plan. We're using a lot of the data internally that came from your fact book, but from the external scan, we were looking specifically at things from the US Census, the American Community Survey, the 5-year survey, and some information from the California EDD. And what we're looking at specifically here is data that intersects with those themes of the student experience with technology. So we looked at the ethnicities in your service area cities, 10 of those. In addition, we looked at another 6 cities that are out of district where a significant number of students come from are enrolled at PCC. Looked at median household income, poverty, unemployment, the disabled population, and very importantly, access to household technology. And this is some of the information I think is very telling and helped point us in a very significant direction in terms of developing plan goals and objectives. So here are some of the notable trends that we have seen. As you know, we have very diverse communities. The 3 largest demographics are Asian, Latinx, and white non-Hispanic. In terms of median household income, there's a lower proportion of students coming from higher income households and a greater proportion coming from lower income households. Again, to circle back with what we were speaking of just a few minutes ago, access to technology has a tremendous amount to do with income levels and other kinds of socioeconomic demographic information. Poverty and unemployment intersections also very important. The vast majority of students from cities with a poverty rate that in 2018 was above California's 4% rate. 2018 poverty rate in 4 of your service area cities exceeded California's 13.4% rate. And then when we looked at the impact of the pandemic in July 2020 statistics, unemployment in 8 out of 9 service area cities exceeded that of California's, which is 13.3. So the students in your college have been hit very hard by the pandemic. And the access to technology and broadband and all of those tools that they need to succeed are very much impacted by these conditions that they experience in their communities. Also wanted to pay close attention to the disabled population as we start thinking about universal design principles and other factors that impact the learning of disabled students. In 5 out of 16 cities in the data cohort, their percentages of differently abled populations is comparable compared to California's 6.7%. And the last thing is household technology, computer and broadband internet access that has reported in the census. And this is one of the things that we spent some considerable time thinking about. And again, this is in the midst of the all shift to remote learning. And in talking with your students in focus groups and in looking at their comments in the surveys that we administered, a lot of this information really brought home to us how important it is to focus on this kind of information in crafting our goals and objectives for the institution, not just for the immediate COVID situation, but for long-term as well. So in 2018, pre-COVID, what you see here in this graphic is that you have cities, Pasadena, Rosemead, and El Monte. These are the cities with the highest poverty rates. And if you can focus on the darker red, these are indicators of those populations without computers. The rose color is without broadband. So you can see that the majority have access to a computer. The majority might have access to broadband internet. But you have a significant number of residents in these cities that do not have that. And that's a particular challenge. And as was mentioned in the previous presentation this evening with Dr. Bush, one of the things that is really important is internet access. And the way that our planning team thought about this is probably the same way that I think many of you would look at it too. And that's that access to computer and information technology and to broadband, access is an equity issue. And it's something that we have to pay very close attention to in planning as we move forward. We also looked at internal scan. This is your student population data. Again, we drew this from existing information from your PCC fact book, which is chock full of information. There's a hyperlink that's provided at the bottom of this slide where you can take a preview of a lot of that information and access it. The purpose here in looking at this again was to look at equity focused data, to note specific challenges and opportunities to pay attention to in our technology planning. And it provides a backdrop for us to inform and frame our TMP goals and objectives. The data sets that we looked at in this internal set, credit and non-credit enrollments by age, ethnicity, new student populations, students' educational goals, and special populations. We also looked at outcomes, success, retention, and goal completion. So Candace, are you going to cover the EDUCAUSE for us?
I will take this one, Diane. Thank you so much.
You bet.
So EDUCAUSE is the largest nonprofit of community of higher education, technology, academic, industry, and campus leaders in the country. So it's the way that we as technology professionals help guide and shift strategy and standards year to year. And they do a lot with benchmarking and surveying. And so when we crafted our survey information, we wanted to make sure that we could benchmark our student population, our faculty and our staff against this larger environment, higher education environment, both 2-year community colleges and 4-year institutions. Because as much as I feel like we're a special snowflake, it's important that we see and recognize that we exist within this larger higher education framework. And so what we did was just pull out some common themes and tread with our EDUCAUSE data, with our survey data. So the number of devices that our students and students across the country connect to a campus Wi-Fi infrastructure is 2. They're coming with 2 devices. We would think they're coming with 1, they're coming with 2 devices at a minimum. The most common types of those devices are going to be smartphones and laptops. So they have their phones, they have their laptops, and they're connecting. What we've also pulled out and found some common themes that students really do want and are expressing a need to continue face-to-face learning. I think that's coming out in our COVID survey data that we've seen at the Chancellor's office. But what we're seeing a rise in, though, is significant numbers are now starting to consider and wanting blended and hybrid courses, which is something we didn't see as often prior to the pandemic. No technology is more important to students than Wi-Fi. So if you have folks who come to your home and the first thing that they ask you is, what's the Wi-Fi password? That is true on any college campus in this country. With secondary, very interestingly, is access to power outlets. So they have to be able to plug their devices into something, and there be intentional plans around that. Our students conveyed that faculty continue to use technology during class to enhance learning, but less than half of our students report actually being encouraged to use their own technology during class to deepen their learning. So that was an interesting trend that we found. What I also appreciate about this survey is around the whole student. So it's not just the technology aspect, but a majority of our students are comfortable, interestingly enough, this is something that's interesting that came out, is they're comfortable with the institution's use of their personal data to help them achieve their academic goals. But they are a little skeptical around the analytic tools that use their data, and even further, a lack of understanding about how we can use their data to really plan, whether that's predictive course paths, based on enrollment patterns, whether it's forward planning in terms of particular population groups. They're just unsure about how we use their data. So there's some work that I think we can certainly do there. But mental health disorders and learning disabilities, which has just been exacerbated in the pandemic, are also the most common types of disabilities that our students report. And many students, our students alike, indicate that institutions can do more to support them. And so our students are expressing this, which is very similar to what we're seeing at other 2-year and 4-year institutions. I wanted to take a moment to pull out some quotes from these are direct quotes from our faculty, students, and staff who participated in a variety of different ways. And so really, again, grounding this work in what's happening in the classroom, what's happening in the support program areas or the administrative areas. We have students who are saying new technology tools and training have the potential to change the way we live and the way we do things every day. And other students saying, we want to learn interactively and we want to stay engaged. And this student believes technology can really help with that. We have a faculty member who says, future jobs and careers are changing. Technology can help close the gap, not only between the students' goals, but the degrees and certificates available at PCC. It's what the job market requires us to think about. And then lastly, just being really candid that the technological divide for disproportionately impacted students is real. It's real, and it's something that we need to grapple with and deal with in our strategic planning processes. Questions, comments? This is our next moment. We'll pause.
I have some questions.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm glad that you prefaced some of this because, I thought that this is not a typical TMP, but I thought the framework was good. But I did I have a lot of questions about data and what's going to go into some of these strategies. So maybe I'll save some of those, but just in this particular area, looking at the surveys and the outcomes, so just looking at the areas of who has a computer, who has access to broadband. So just looking at the areas that I cover, I was really kind of surprised to see that people would not have computers and access to broadband. So, you know, I represent areas that are relatively affluent. So how is that data collected? Is this just by students' feedback or whoever attended the virtual town halls?
Trustee Wah, the data on the broadband in particular came from census data.
Okay. And then your comment on the EDUCAUSE, how students are not sure of how data would be, their personal data would be used to assist in their academic achievements and their goals. What is that also our own experience? Has that been our students' experience? And then I'm wondering what were those student experiences that caused them to feel uncertain?
So Trustee Wah, just to clarify 2 points. Students were actually very comfortable with our collection and our practices in terms of like how we secure. They just don't know how that data is used in order to make planning or strategic planning or to support their learning in a classroom on a day-to-day basis. It's just not been exposed to students in a way that I think we can build some work and some organization around to, I mean, we can ask Trustee Ramirez. You know, from a student perspective, what we collected from students didn't really know how we would potentially use their data. And there is an expression from students in surveys to just understand how we would do
that. Trustee Ramirez, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I loved seeing power outlets being addressed because oftentimes I would see students sitting or laying in very awkward areas around campus. Some students laying on the floors and hallways or outside with the sun in their face, connecting to outside outlets. So, you know, it's really great to see. And yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes.
Trustee Chen Lao.
So, you know, I hadn't finished, and I think Trustee Ramirez was being called on to answer the question from Candace on why students' experience was not, why they felt uncomfortable or uncertain of how that information would be used to help them.
So Linda, if you have more questions, go ahead and carry on. And then Sandra, we'll get to you next.
Well, so David, did you have any input to, so I think Candace was kicking the ball over to you.
Yes, you referred to the data that's used to reinforce this, right? In terms of data collection of students?
So this was on the EDUCAUSE and that students were uncertain of how the personal data was going to be collected to assist them in their educational achievements. So Candace was saying that it's more that they haven't been exposed, and so she kind of kicked the ball to you to
Let
say.
me clarify 2 things. The data that's shown in that we brought out at EDUCAUSE maps to what our students shared. So it wasn't that we went to EDUCAUSE to just pick out tidbits of information. What we're trying to establish is that our students are expressing the same level of themes that we're seeing at other 2-year and 4-year institutions. And so the question to Trustee Ramirez is there, do you feel, and you may not be able to, you may not have asked a student, but in your experience, would you have an understanding of how the institution uses your personal information to strategize about course offerings or how we use your information?
That's a complicated question. So that's in terms of like enrollment patterns, or I'm confused.
Just in general, the question in general on the survey was, do you know how the institution uses your personal data?
Yeah, I personally would not my personal data.
Oh, yeah, I would guess, yes, that's true. So I guess in using this, is the strategy, or I guess since you're bringing it up within the TMP, Candace, is the strategy then that the students need to be, we need to have a strategy to better educate our students, or to understand how they can better or develop tools around helping them? I mean, how is that going to feed into the strategy?
Can I pause that question to the next when we get to the strategies and objectives?
Okay, good, because I have a lot of questions on strategy and objectives.
Okay.
So let me ask on the digital divide. So one of the things that came up since the COVID has been the digital divide, and but in particular, I think that we have heard from students who, even if we give them hotspot cards or we give them a computer, they still don't have a place to study. I know we've talked about possibly setting up a 24-hour computer center that, that would be at least a place for them to come and access a computer, rather than having to use a shared computer, and then they have a safe space to I guess study in, or to access their information, their homework, or whatever it is, their course material. So is any of that going to be addressed in this as part of your strategies, or part of the master plan, and how does this serve the students? Because I think the framework is great. Of course, there's a view that we have a DEI lens. We're looking at how we serve the students. How does this connect to the educational master plan? But I'm still uncertain, since I haven't heard really a lot of meat on the strategies yet, and what data will be collected. So what is it that we're looking at in those areas?
So the two tactics that you just described, so a tactic would be actually, and we'll get to that as we get into this strategies and objectives. So strategies are just the roads that are planned for us to drive down. But we can have tactics, different cars and ways to drive down that road. And so we want to be careful about being super prescriptive about what the tactic has, because it could change year by year. It can change program by program. And so the strategies are intended to be written broadly, so that each year, for a great example that you just gave, if we gave a tactic under a strategy on, let's say, equity minded, that said we needed to host a 24-hour computer shop, that would be a tactic under an objective that would roll up to an institutional priority. But I can give you some examples of that when we get to the strategies and objectives section.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because I do have some strategy questions. All right, I'll save it for then. Thanks.
Sounds good.
Trustee Chen Lao, you're next, then we'll see who else has questions.
Candace, I really appreciate your data sets because I got a chance to see them in the October 2020 presentation that you made to the facilities committee. And I think what I would like to see is, when you have the cities and the data of the cities broken down, it is much more compelling, because for example, I was surprised that La Cañada had a 13% unemployment rate, and so I think that when I saw that, it was like, okay, so we're also speaking to maybe students that may want to re-enter the workforce, or maybe have a different career. So I thought that those specific numbers spoke to the constituents in our districts. When it's all together, I think it loses a little bit of, okay, when it says in general, greater percentage of students are above the poverty, we don't really see who those students are and where they're coming from. So when I look at Temple City and see that there's 12% of students, because those are the cities that you normally don't equate, poverty. And so if there's a way, as you continue to talk about this, when you're talking about this, it's very compelling to see the numbers behind the cities. I believe it's more compelling. And when you gave me the total number that 10,900 of our students are below poverty rate in a population of 29,000 students, I mean, that's really a third of our students. So I wanted to really convey how I appreciated the initial data set, and when it connected to the different cities that are in the Pasadena district. So
thank you, Trustee Chinlau. That's wonderful feedback, and we'll be sure to get those out to you all.
Trustee Ramirez, you are next, sir.
Thank you. I just have a question on those data sets too. Because I do know that all of the cities that were shown are for in district, but I know that there are 16 cities in total in the data cohort. I was just wondering if it'd be possible to also add those out of district cities that do have those significant.
What's going on?
That's wonderful feedback. So Trustee Ramirez, what we did was we sampled 5 additional cities in the non out of district cities to make sure. We were trying to benchmark to see if there were any themes that were inconsistent to what we were seeing with in-district students. And fortunately, the trends kind of overlapped really nicely. But thank you for asking that.
Trustees, any other questions here?
Yes, I have one more question.
Okay,
Candace and Diane, was there a reason why you decided to take out age out of the data set, or that age wasn't added?
Diane, do you want to take that?
Yeah, we did look at that initially, and what we noticed is that there wasn't a really strong trend line that we could see in terms of age. I mean, if you're talking about the external demographic, that's one more that we're actually going to look at. But the internal demographic, that hadn't changed very significantly, so we couldn't see specific trend lines.
It's external that we were talking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's one of the ones that we're going to add in, and thank you for reminding us of that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Candace, I had a question, and I wanted to go backwards on the slides. And first to the slide that you listed out all of the cities. That one right there. So this is a survey of those cities broadly. This is not specific to PCC students, correct?
That is correct. This is using the census data.
Yeah. So when we look at this graph, that tells us about the cities generally, but it doesn't tell us about our students. And the question is, if you had to speculate, do you think those percentages would be higher or lower if you were looking at our student population in each of those cities?
I'm going to let Diane fill this, mainly because I'm going to go grab some other slides. How about that?
All right. Thank you. Sure. So we did drill down a little bit, and we looked at the student populations from these cities. We don't have exact data in terms of what the students from, let's say, Pasadena, how many students at the college from Pasadena right now don't have computers or broadband. We can't drill it down to that level. However, we can go in, and we did go in and look at how many students are coming from Pasadena in 2018, so that we could kind of take a snapshot. And I think one of the things we were looking at too is also the trend lines, because we wanted to see not just what it looks like today, but what it might be looking like in the future. Our students in the future that are going to come to your college, as you increase access to those populations, will they have computers and broadband so that you can do some forward planning? So I don't know if I answered your question, but we had a hard time drilling this down to exactly how many PCC students do not have computers or broadband.
I don't
we
think,
did.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
I'm sorry.
think you did answer my question, but maybe that's not possible to do, because I would be, I mean, you know, in the absence of data specifically on our students, I guess to get data on the communities where they come from is better than nothing, but I don't know if this data for each of these cities is reflective of our student population.
Yeah.
They
We
might
did
be-
ask the students questions on the survey about do they have computers and broadband and what kinds of devices they have. So that gives us a snapshot, but I agree with you, Trustee Osterling, that's very hard to extrapolate from that. And I think the usefulness, again, of this data is in thinking about the communities that you serve more broadly as opposed to the specific populations that you have as students today.
Yeah, and then the second comment on this graph, these in-district cities represent, Erica, you can help me out here, about 25% of our student population, and then about 75%, that number goes up and down every semester, are out of district. And so this would only be capturing, you know, roughly 25% of our students. And at that, it isn't.
Yeah, I think it's closer to 30% if I had,
Okay,
I know
30,
that's quibbling,
yeah,
but
okay,
I think it's
30,
closer to
70,
30%.
okay.
Yeah.
And then when you say, okay, the students come from Los Angeles, are you getting that data for all of Los Angeles, 4 million population, or are you getting it from the specific areas that our students come from? Because they don't really come from Los Angeles broadly, they come from the parts of Los Angeles that are relatively close to PCC. And again, this graph here represents 30% of our student population, and 70% of it isn't even on this graph. And I'm not sure, I'm just making observations here. I'm not sure what to do about that, but if we're looking at a graph and it's saying this is how many households don't have computer and don't have broadband, and then we're saying, and this is just the general population of those cities, and our student population, those percentages, total speculation on my part, I'm going to speculate our student population would be higher than the community broadly. Maybe I'm wrong, that's my speculation. And then, you know, same thing, this only really covers 30% of our students. So I'm just, I don't know how better to get this data, but it seems like in the absence of any data, it's better to have this than nothing, but it doesn't seem like we've really captured our student population. And again, I would guess that our rates without computer and without broadband are higher than the general population, but I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I would actually disagree with that. Let me give a little bit of context in two places. So the 30% of the in-district students, we did benchmark against 5 cities of where the largest cities where our out-of-district students came from in terms of their data, and there wasn't a large swing, right? Again, we have to manage things by themes and trends. And statistically significant shifts, because if not, it'd be very difficult for us to get at that. The second challenge that I think we're always going to have to manage is 30,000 students don't answer surveys. So we received, I felt 10% of our populations, which is a solid number, who then responded to and gave information about their
Yeah, a 10% sample of students is significant in statistical sampling. Absolutely.
Correct. So I wouldn't be comfortable by saying we don't know anything about our student population, because I do think our students and really wonderfully participated in this. It's a long survey. It's not a 5-minute survey. It's a 30-minute input of their time to really share. And we're happy to share this survey data.
Right, but this data is not student survey data. This is just city data.
No, what? Oh, this isn't. But they did do
This is
student.
census data. Yeah.
External data. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
But I wanted to follow up because I think that since you did collect that data, it's good to know that you actually had some data sets that, which I think would be good for you to share with the trustees, because frankly, I felt like I was floating with this a little bit, not really understanding where this is coming from. But to Jim's point, I think you guys did do the student survey data, student survey. I was one of the participants. I think it would be helpful for us to see, how students answered on some of that.
We are happy to share. I think that's wonderful feedback, Trustee Wall. We're happy to share that.
And then if you could go back a few slides further, it was the slide that talked about, I think it was poverty levels, if I'm not mistaken. Keep going. This one right here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand the difference between the first bullet point and the second bullet point, and specifically it talks about cities with the poverty rate above California's 2018 4% rate, and then the next bullet point talks about California's poverty rate at 13.4%. So I didn't understand the California rate on the first bullet point at 4%, and then the California rate at 13.4% in the second bullet point.
Diane, I have that slide from what we did.
Okay.
Do you want me to throw that up?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, it's in 4 of service area cities.
All right, 1 second. I have to find my controls. What's this one? Do you see a slide that says primary service areas?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Those are the slides. Yes. Great. I think that makes a lot of sense when you see this and then your bullet points.
Diane, where would you like to start?
Let's see. If you
well,
can
my
find.
question was very specific, and I'm not sure we need to go through all these slides just to answer my question. I was just trying to understand the poverty rate in California, the difference between the first and the second bullet.
Yeah, in 4 of the service area cities, you had poverty rates that were well above that of California. So that was the purpose of that data.
You know what? Let me withdraw my question. I still don't understand, but it's late and I don't want to press further. Candace, I'll circle back around with you or Erica separately. I apologize. I might have sent us all down a rabbit hole, and if I did, I apologize.
It's okay, President Osterling.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I've got it jogged down. We have all of the data slides. So I'll just own that that's my bad. I didn't want to get into a long, we have tons of data sheets.
Yeah,
and so the intention this evening was more to sort of talk about the strategy and the framework, but I'll make sure that we absolutely share each of the data slides.
Okay, so we were at a pause for questions.
Yeah.
Are there any more questions on this segment, or do we want to forge ahead to the next section? Let's forge ahead, Candace.
All right, fearless leader. Here we go. Okay, so what we're really looking for as you guys, as you all are thinking about the technology master plan, particularly, this is the meat and potatoes of the plan, right? And so as we're thinking about the strategies and the objectives, two things need to be considered. Do you see clear alignment with the educational master plan? Because again, the technology master plan does not exist on its own or disconnected from the educational master plan. So please consider in terms of when we're working through this over the next few months. And the second is, do the TMP strategies and objectives support the achievement of the various educational master plan objectives? So those are our two things as we're sort of thinking through the TMP objectives. We need you to consider these two questions. So the first piece, all right. So education, exceptional academic programs and delivery. So that is an institutional priority, educate the exceptional academic program and delivery. So this is an EMP, institutional priority, and the strategies that map to this particular EMP objective or priority, as well as, if you notice here, and we'll build this out, how they map to the ACCJC accreditation standards. So again, these things have to fit together in a way that's seamless, like a puzzle piece, right? So EMP is our guiding framework, the TMP strategies to support the institutional objective, and then how that then maps to our ACCJC standards. And so an example of that, I'd be remiss in saying I wanna read through each and every one of these, but I'm gonna pick one and give an example of how that would work in a normal planning, in our annual planning process. So if I chose strategy number 1, which is to deploy the information technology needed to support the exceptional delivery of instructional in a variety of modalities. And now we have the modalities included, whether there be in-person, remote, online, hybrid, or high-flex courses, right? So an objective for that particular strategy could be develop standards for classroom technology that support various learning modalities. So a tactic, a specific tactic to address that objective could be that we have new smart board classroom capability technology in the classroom that would allow us a new standard by which we have audiovisual input, input for our faculty to support various learning modalities like visual learners versus kinesthetic learners, et cetera, that we'd actually maybe purchase technology or AV equipment to help us accomplish that objective to meet that strategy. Or develop and implement, let me give an example. Oh, it's else. So if I look at strategy 3, utilize educational technologies, provide students with effective, efficient learning experiences, support services. And let's say I pick on objective 3, support teaching excellence and student success by regularly assessing, implementing, and promoting the use of emerging technology. A tactic could be each professional development day, we host a session for faculty to show and demonstrate emerging technology trends and have faculty demo those trends to other faculty. That's very super specific, and it can change year to year to year based on the technology. So anything that gives a level of specificity, we include those as tactics that again can change every year, that roll up to an objective, to a strategy that map to our educational master plan. I'm going to move to our equity-minded learning community. So again, I'll pick on one of these items and give a real specific tactic that could emerge. So strategy 1, which is provide all students with timely, equitable access to computing technologies, training, and the IT support needed for successful engagement and instructional activities in connection with critical support services. An objective is provide students with opportunities to acquire, enhance information technology or skills. We could have a tactic that says we would host in orientation webinars on the use of LancerPoint, or how to add drop classes, or how to view their educational plan. Okay, again, super specific, and it might change year to year, but it allows us to be flexible about changing those tactics as budget, technology, and institutional priorities may shift and change. Does that make sense? Campus engagement and environment. If I picked on one, let's say I pick. Okay, so campus engagement and environment. Environment is meant to imply like IT infrastructure, like the environments that we have to host most of our equipment. So if I look at the second strategy, I could write an annual tactic that would meet objective number 3, enhance the use of security controls that promote best practices. So a tactic I could write in my annual planning process, and that we encourage all of our faculty staff to do, would be, I could write one that says something like, provide an opt-in feature where faculty, staff, and students can opt into multi-factor authentication. You know, the ability to have a second factor, like, you know, when you log into your banking site, it might text your phone and says, is this you? And you say yes, right? Again, the tactic is very, very specific about what we're going to do, which maps to an objective and a strategy. And then an example of customized student support. If I picked on strategy number 1, so let's say deploy, streamline, easy, accessible technologies, a single portal or master dashboard to fully support all students from entry through goal completion. There's an objective on the 3rd line that says, or even the second one, develop and implement a single portal, a master dashboard. I may write a specific tactic around how we reimagine LancerPoint and the delivery of support services to our students as they log in to conduct business with the institution. Okay, again, tactics super specific that maps to an objective. So it allows us a lot of flexibility that every year we can come up with really amazing ideas and new ways that we're seeing sort of the market and higher education shift. We can every year make changes to those tactics so that we can meet the objectives and still move the institutional educational master plan forward. The way that we talk about the implementation of this, just to give some context, is, you know, we want to make sure that we ensure completion of these strategies and support the institution in being responsive and, more importantly, flexible. We have to be able to be flexible. We have to try something and say, okay, that didn't really work. Let's try something else to meet that objective. Or we try something and we say, okay, that really works really well. We're going to continue to build upon that. So we want to make sure we have a framework that's responsive and flexible. And the way that we would do that is embed that in our normal annual planning process. So this process cannot exist outside of the normal institutional planning and annual planning process. So what we would do is every year, as you know, departments submit their program review And if they have technology sorts of ideas, they are to map them to our objectives and our strategies, which positions us to really oversee the completion of these. And the person who's put those in would be responsible for reporting on the success or the outcomes of those initiatives as it relates to PCC's annual planning process. Questions, thoughts?
Can I just, Jim, if I could say something?
Yeah.
I read the report, but I've maybe skipped this or forgotten it. But my concern as a faculty member, this seems like a faculty issue. Has the faculty, they're part of this? Have they put their input yet? Okay. 'Cause it's not a board. I don't think it's a, I don't want to sit and approve things. I think this is a faculty decision. At my university, one of the problems with technology is that what we're teaching at the university and as freshmen, by the fourth year, it's all obsolete. And so my president this was many years ago, all the students who need computers get them, but faculty too, they're refreshed. Their office computers are refreshed every 3 years. And they give us a home computer also, which is refreshed every 3 years. And it's just continually teaching. What it takes, what I'm trying to get at, it also takes a big IT staff to do this stuff. And so that has to be taken into consideration. But my concern is that the faculty have a big hand in this, which I'm sure they will. But technology is difficult. It changes so much and it just gets obsolete. And so I think we have a company which does all the refreshing in every 3 years. It was cheaper than doing it in-house, but I'm all for technology. I just finished reading term papers and I wish they would know English, which they don't need technology, but thank you.
Trustee Fellow, that's actually really great. It's a really, I love that you say, I love technology. One thing I would say, remember, this is intended, it's just our first study session. What we heard from the board is we didn't want to come to you when we're ready to approve something. This is just an opportunity to share what we've been doing, how we've gone about the process. The next step in our process is to start our shared governance trek. And so we will be at Academic Senate. We'll do first read, second reads. The faculty co-chair of the District Technology Committee participated in this. 28% of our faculty submitted survey data for us to use. 30 of them participated, more than 30, I want to say like 50 or so out of the 175 participated in our town hall sessions, as well as another 15 in our. So faculty have been involved and received input into this. But the next piece of this is really to work through our shared governance. So I expect us to receive a lot of input and welcome a lot of input from our faculty as we work through our academic senate.
Good. I do want to put up another plug in. Having taken a language class at PCC, and I'm going to take an advanced one this semester. I think the language program in technology is the most outstanding I've ever seen. To learn the way they're teaching foreign languages is amazing, using technology, and it's exciting. And with this COVID and the Zoom classes, I think PCC is right on top of it as far as foreign languages go. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
It's a lot of work to do this sort of thing.
Thank you, Tony. Any other questions or comments at this pause? Linda, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so Candace, so I, as I said, I really like the framework. I do think this is a great opportunity for the board to see sort of a high level plan. We have not really had a master plan for many, many years. So I think when I first came here, the college had not invested in technology for like, I don't know, 20 years, they said, and they were just about ready to buy an ERP. And so they were about to, and that was than the pre-banner decision. So I think it is important to invest in technology, and I think the board should have a value. It should be something that we have in our own vision and our values to support technology that supports our overall goals for student success. But I do think, I think that as you go along and you meet with through your shared governance and you talk about what does this mean, how does this affect the students, I think having that data that shows, okay, here's where we were, here's how we found that there were issues, and this is why we developed these priorities, I think that's helpful for us. But also, I have to think about, every week, every month, we meet as a board and we get a whole laundry list of technology expenses, but none of us really know what that what is that plan, or why is it that every month we get $100,000 and to buy new computers? I mean, at what point is this like a never-ending expense? And of course, there's a strategy to doing it. And I think even at one point, I was talking to some of the faculty, and we didn't really have a refresh plan. And then all of a sudden there was a refresh plan, but it was just standard and uniform throughout all the divisions. But we know that the work of different divisions is different. So for example, STEM will probably require not just the same technology that maybe the English division would require, and the refresh rate may be different. So I do think it is helpful for us. While I know you don't want to get into the weeds, and we don't need to get in the weeds in all things, but I do think it is helpful for the board to kind of know what this overall plan is, and then how do we support this plan by making sure that there's sufficient resources in the budget and sufficient and value statements, I guess, to make sure that, yes, we believe that technology is important for our students. We believe it's important for their success, and that we have that within our mission. So anyway, that's just a general comment.
Well, and if I can add to that, Trustee Wah, I guarantee you that Candace and her staff are already taking into account the different needs of different areas. And we did separate out the technology purchases in the board agenda so that you didn't have to go, you in the general sense didn't have to go searching for the different purchases. But I do think that we just have to keep in mind that Candace and her staff are meeting the needs of our faculty and students. And I think that this plan demonstrates the very different ways that they're trying to make sure that that happens. So I just want to make sure we're all clear that the goal of the TMP is not that the board will then review every single type of expenditure within technology. I think the overall categories that have been laid out really speak to that. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think that is right. I don't want to review and go through line by line and say, oh, why did we purchase that computer versus this computer? But I do think that we should have overall categories, that we know that that's what the investment is. And I think that I just think that, I think that we always had separated out the technology versus other kinds of expenditures. But I think it feels unclear to me why that pot of money, or why it's always that a pot of money, or there's always $100,000 every month, every month, I guess. So I do think that just having some of that, that thought, and this is what the staff, this is how you collect the data from the staff. The staff came back and said that this is what the students need, this is what their refresh is, this is the technology. And I think somewhere down in the master plan, they talk about the total cost of ownership. And I think that's important also. So I think just a little more information to the board would be helpful in the future for us.
Jim, I think Linda makes some excellent points. And I'm glad with what Erica had to say too, but Linda talked about commitment. I think we have to make a commitment to make sure every classroom is a smart classroom, and it's going to take money, but it has to be done. Because our classrooms that I've seen are really lacking in a lot of technology. But I think, Linda, we do have to make a commitment to make sure that every classroom is a smart classroom. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Tony. And then one of the things, you know, when we invested in Banner and the college said that they needed this enterprise management system, you know, I think it's important that we know, you know, is the data interlinked? Is it connected? You know, is it, you know, are all of the gaps now seamlessly flowing from function to function? So I think that's part of, you know, ensuring that the data is fully integrated throughout our district. So I think I hope that we speak to some of that too.
I think that's great feedback, Trustee Well. I do think we have some objectives that really speak to that. I would only end on, because we've got probably more business to do this evening. I would end on the fact that you know, IT and technology needs to be managed as an institutional asset, as an investment. And so this plan mapped to our educational master plan will allow and facilitate that ability to do so. I mean, we have to make strategic ongoing investments to technology. I mean, I think even in pandemic times and even outside of pandemic times, it's important that there is a care and feeding to technology, just as we do with our facilities, right? And so just like we have to manage and proactively plan deferred maintenance related to our facilities, it's a very similar concept to technology and managing it as an institutional asset. And so all of these things, I think, interconnect and allow us to kind of move forward. But your feedback is really, really great.
Okay, thank you. Is there another segment, Candace?
No,
Okay.
sorry, President Osterling, I just
Okay.
went back because I thought we were going to say something else.
Yeah. Okay, Trustee Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you. Candace, I'd like to thank you for a very really thorough presentation. There is definitely a lot of work that needs to be done, but my main focus here through your presentation is the fact that we have identified, or we're trying to identify the students that need the most help during this pandemic. Our students, in order to succeed, students that are from, you know, the poor students, the needs cannot access computers. They don't have the broadbands. I noticed that on some of the information that I received from, I guess, for the meeting, there were some really good graphics regarding different populations and different ethnicities. And I did enjoy that because I did learn a lot through that. But regardless of that, I think it doesn't really, to me, it is not a mystery or a big job to figure out who are the students that are mostly affected and they're not able to acquire the needed technology to be able to succeed, to be able to do their assignments, to be able to, you know, just get ahead. And I'm hoping that during this process, which I think you're on the right track, they may be not there yet, but you're on the right track. I'm hoping that when we get this master plan, my throat is just about gone. But anyhow, when we do get this plan made, that our students, it will be kept with our students in mind. And when I say our students, the ones that are much needing access the students that need access. They need to have a computer, they need to have broadband, they need to be able to access, which I read it, some part, which they get all the training that they need so they can move on and succeed and achieve their goals, that their educational goals. I think that is what all this conversation is really leading to. And definitely, like Tony said, our faculty must be equipped. They must. We cannot expect our students to succeed if the faculty do not have what they need. So I think that this master plan for me is very important. A, for our students, and be your faculty, your faculty, your faculty. And you know, all the other stuff is good, but unless it's there for our students, we could be here till next year and our students, Northwest Pasadena students, the students that are, you know, cannot buy a computer, those are the people that we need to focus on. So please, let's see if we could get this plan together, and let's identify what needs to be identified and develop a very good plan that would help our students succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Berlinda. Yeah, I think just quick comments, Candace, I think it's good that it's essential that the technology master plan support the educational master plan. And also I think it's essential that we tie it in with our DEI initiatives to make sure that the least fortunate in our district are getting, you know, we're helping to eliminate the equity gap, including, you know, the access to the technology. And speaking on behalf of myself, but I think all the rest of the trustees, I really appreciate being able to see this plan as it's being formed versus getting a fully formed plan at the very end and not having any ability to see it as it's formed and offer suggestions. So thank you for that. That concludes my comments. Any other final comments from any trustees? Okay, very good. Thank you again, Candace and team, for that presentation. That concludes agenda item J2. We're moving on to J3, which is a dual enrollment update.
Yes, it is. And I'm going to hand that over to Dr. Isela Osegueda, who is going to give us the update.
Okay, thank you, Isela. You have the floor.
Thank you, Trustee Osterling. Thank you. Good evening. Alex, I can share my screen, yes?
Yes, you can.
And can everyone see my screen okay?
You're good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me to come and give you an update on our dual enrollment program. Just as a reminder, I'm the Dean of Academic Affairs at PCC, and one of my areas that I manage is dual enrollment. So I wanted to offer you this update. This is kind of a dense slide because it's a pretty long list, but I wanted to give you a sense of where we're offering dual enrollment currently. So this past fall, those schools that are in orange is where we've offered dual enrollment. With the onset of the pandemic, some high schools have either paused offering dual enrollment because we've been online, and for some students it's not the best fit. Other high schools are kind of rethinking how they want to offer dual enrollment. But you can see there where we have been offering dual enrollment. Many of them are in our PUSD district. We offer dual enrollment at La Cañada. We offered dual enrollment for the first time at South Pasadena High School this past fall, as well as at Rancho Learning Center. That's an independent study school within the Arcadia Unified School District. And last fall was also their first time in offering dual enrollment. As I mentioned, some high schools are pausing to think about how best to offer dual enrollment to their students as far as time of day to offer, what kinds of courses to offer. You can recall that you all approved an MOU with San Marino. We have since then been in conversations about what they'd like to offer. They've been doing their own research on their end as well about what their students would most benefit from as far as which courses to offer. And so we will be offering dual enrollment courses with them in the fall. We're currently working on an MOU within Monte Union High School District, and we'll be offering dual enrollment at Rosemead High School this fall. We're also working on an MOU with Duarte Unified School District. They aren't within our bounds, but they want to offer a series of culinary courses that Citrus College isn't able to provide, and we can fill that for them. And so we'll be drafting an MOU with them to offer those courses with them in the fall. Also in conversation with Glendale Unified School District to offer dual enrollment courses that cannot be offered through Glendale Community College. So I think that word has gotten around, and so there are lots of districts who are reaching out to us now to learn about what we can offer and build partnerships with us, and we're very excited about that. Over here on this side, you can see that we serve between 600 and 950 students a semester. It depends on our offerings, but I anticipate, especially with these new districts coming on board, that by next fall, we will exceed 1,000 high school students being served by our program. So what makes dual enrollment special at PCC? So I come to think about it as a dual village. So we work very, very closely with our high school partners. And as a result of that, we have several layers of support for our students, as well as our faculty, and to offer them support. So some of those layers involved folks at the high school, so the counselors and the administrators, the faculty on the PCC side, as well as the supports within the program. Right now, that's me and Mr. Carlos Castellon. Carlos was hired this past October as an educational advisor for dual enrollment through a career pathway specialist grant. And so he's been wonderful, and hopefully at some point I can introduce him to you via Zoom or in person. So high schools are really interested and invested in seeing their students obviously succeed. They are the ones who have the on-the-ground contact with their students and their families. So they often represent that on-the-ground support. They communicate with the students, with the families. They also communicate with our faculty, myself, Mr. Castellon, to support the students. And so it's kind of like it takes a village to support our dual enrollment students, and it is indeed a village. And so I'm very proud of that, and I enjoy kind of working in that type of environment. Another aspect that we offer that makes the program special is we offer professional development for the faculty who teach dual enrollment courses, and we have about 4 events per academic year. 2 of those events involve PUSD staff to offer professional development. They are the experts in teaching high school students, and so they offer their knowledge to our PCC faculty. The other 2 are check-ins that I do with the faculty just to see how they're doing, to share best practices and things like that. Our enrollment process is an internal one. So students don't have to enroll themselves. The high schools and PCC work together to enroll students. So we make it a very easy and smooth process for our students to get enrolled. One of the newest developments in that area is an online dual enrollment approval form. Before COVID, this was a form that was done on paper. It was difficult to collect. If the paperwork was incorrect, we kind of had to transport it back and forth to make these fixes. Now everything is online. It's a form that travels from student to parent to high school. It's a form that basically says the student is ready to take dual enrollment, the parent approves it, as well as the high school. So that took some work to get going, but we're very glad that that's up and running. This will be the second semester this spring that we're using that form. And this last bullet is about how some of the things that make dual special also make it challenging. We want to make sure that we are enrolling our students in a timely manner, that they have access to the classes, that they have clear instructions about how to access those classes, especially in an online environment. So our level of communication with the students and sometimes even their families has been heightened over this pandemic period. Making sure that we offer sufficient support in an online environment, making sure that we have clear communications about materials that are needed, books that are needed, having our faculty participate in the progress report cycle, which, progress reports are typically something that high schools do, but we need to help that process. And so that's something a little bit different that our faculty have to support and learn to support, and they do a really great job with it. And even communication around withdrawals, just making sure that students know all of the rules and regulations around grades, around withdrawals. I would say that we're making progress in communications around all of these areas, but it has taken a little time. And sometimes we don't know where the gap in communication is until it's in our face and we see it and then have to address it. So those have been some of the small challenges that we've had. What do we want to do to make it even more special? One of the things that we've been engaged in is conversations with each of the high schools to talk about what their dual enrollment identity can be. This is about really creating pathways and programs that go from the high school to PCC and beyond. And so in the past, there's been a tendency to kind of choose random classes and kind of piece them together to test out how popular they are. But really, there needs to be some intentional thought about what is it you want for your students? What are the various pathways you'd like to offer? Or maybe it's just one. And how do we build that out, right? How do we build that between the high school and PCC? So we've been having those conversations and trying to get clarity around that and trying to have the high schools align their course requests, what they're requesting from us, to these pathways. So just an example, we have one high school that's very interested in starting an ethnic studies and social justice pathway, and there are various others, but this is one of the things that we are aiming for. Assigning PCC faculty who will be engaging, effective, and supportive in dual enrollment courses, letting faculty know what dual enrollment is, how it works, what the expectations are, what the benefits are, is something that we want to, that we need to do a little bit more. We need to educate our faculty as to what this program is all about, so that we can attract faculty who want to teach these populations and do so in a very engaged manner. One of the newest developments in this area is that this spring we offered a dual enrollment faculty handbook. So I created this handbook and it's just kind of a one document where there's lots of kinds of information that's useful to them, that explains what it is, that explains the expectations. And so will probably be a document that continues to evolve over time, but at least there's something now in place that we can give them. Another way we want to make dual more special is that we want to be able to meet the demand. So there are some courses that a lot of high schools want, and they want them at the same time. And so sometimes we're not able to meet that demand. And so I just listed a few there as examples. So working with the division deans to build that capacity to meet the demand for courses. We want to be in a position where when a high school requests courses and they're sensible and aligned with their pathways, that we're actually able to offer them and know that we can do it know that we can accommodate those requests. And so getting to that place is something that I would like to work towards. Offering students more high touch support through our office. So, up until last October, I was kind of managing this program on my own. So I'm really happy that with Carlos, we're able to offer a little more actual support directly to the students, to our dual enrollment students. So as an example, the latest development is we offered our first dual enrollment orientation to participating high school students last week. And this was delivered by Carlos Castellon. So, and he did an amazing job. So it was a real pleasure to sit in on that. And he's been having recurring orientations that he arranges with each high school and their students. We want to make sure that dual enrollment students know that they're PCC students and that they have access to PCC services. And we want to be able to ease access to that and figure out ways to get them more connected to those services. And finally, we want to intentionally support students of color who transition from dual enrollment to PCC. I've been giving this, I put that bullet down, but it's just really an idea in my mind right now. But I've been thinking a lot about when students come to PCC, actually come to campus, they've graduated from high school. If we learn or if we can track which of those students are dual enrollment students, and then offer and build out some support as they come to PCC as former dual enrollment students. That's something I would love to make happen and see happen. And so these are kind of future oriented. Some of them are happening now, but things we want to work on to make dual even stronger. So I want to share just one. I'm gonna get out of my PowerPoint, but to share a little bit of data. So I put it kind of in big letters here, but data is showing higher retention and success rates for high school students of color who are in dual enrollment than for those populations at PCC across various subject areas. So I just want to kind of give you a glance at that. So I'm going to get out of this and stop sharing and do that. Stop. And then I'm going to pull up some data. And let me see if I can just zoom in a little just to give you, sometimes I have a hard time. So this is at 110, but this data that I'm sharing with you is from fall 2019. So it's not from the last semester. I'm still working on collecting that data, and I'm actually still working on knowing all the data I want to ask for on a consistent and regular basis. But what you're looking at is a breakdown of subject areas based on location or high school where the course in that subject area was offered. You can see the number of enrollments, you can see the number of students who were retained, so then you can see the retention rate, the number of students who succeeded in the course, so then the success rate. What I went and did is I went to our equity dashboard to do some comparison, as I was curious to see how are dual students doing in comparison to all PCC students. And so this is the PCC, this column here, the success rate. And so anything that you see that's highlighted in yellow shows that the success rate of the dual population for that subject area, and that's how the equity dashboard is broken down, is higher than the overall. I was personally, and again, it's not all the way, it's not yellow all the way down, but I was super pleased with this data. And again, I'm going to continue to collect this kind of data for every academic year. but I was impressed by, by this, and I hope you are as well. I think that it is a testament to how well our dual students can perform. I mean, you're seeing a lot of 100% success rates. A lot of that has to do with the 100% retention rate. When I remember when I first asked for this kind of data, I was like stunned by the 100% retention rate until I remembered that they're high school students and they have to kind of be at school every day. But still such great numbers to look at. And so just wanted to share that with you. And I'm gonna just go back, and I'm sorry, I'll take questions at the end, but I do wanna get through this, and I know it's already kind of late, so. Okay. So I just wanted to share a couple of actual stories, and I know you have probably seen this particular version of this slide before in a presentation that Will Sims presented on PCC Northwest. I had asked PCC Northwest for this kind of information. This slide is not exactly the same. I actually updated it today because I got new information about Kennedy. And so she's an 11th grader. She's going to be completing her associate's degree in natural sciences this spring. And she is our first recipient of an AA degree in our dual enrollment program. And every time I say it, it gives me chills and makes me think I need to organize some big party for her because it's fantastic. Her ultimate goal is to go to medical school at Johns Hopkins. And so by this spring, she'll earn her associate's degree. And similarly, Iris Sanchez is preparing for admission to a physician assistant program. Her goal wasn't initially to get an AA, but she only needs 2 more classes to earn 2 AAs, one in social and behavioral sciences and the other in natural science. So again, another superstar student. She's currently taking EMT classes to secure some clinical hours for the PA program. And so again, I feel like when you hear the stories and see their faces, you really get a good sense of what this program can do for students. I also wanted to remind you that dual enrollment courses are free for high school students. This is obviously one of the main perks. So in last fall, dual enrollment students successfully completed a total of 2,323 PCC units. So that's an equivalent of $106,858 in college savings for our area high school students. So our dual students are earning college credit, they're getting ahead in their higher ed pursuits to complete sooner, and they're saving money for future higher ed completion. And just to let you know, we do have websites and our information is there. And so I welcome you to peruse these websites when you have an opportunity. And I think that was my last one. Yes. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Osageda. Trustees, any questions or comments?
I have some questions.
Trustee Wah, you have the floor.
So Isela, thank you so much for this presentation. I think that, you know, Berlin and I have been huge champions of dual enrollment, I think since we got on this board. So it's really great to see that it has progressively gotten better. And even since last time we got your presentation, I think this has really been a huge leap. So I'm really happy to hear that we're working with the districts on more intentional pathways and outcomes. I think that, so some of the questions that have come up in my community. So I was talking to some of the San Marino, South Pasadena kids and families about some of the programs that we're putting into Pasadena Northwest. I know that we have hopes for a culinary program. So my families in my area are really interested in that. I mean, so what would be the possibility of that kind of an interchange. And with that also, I've had questions about, GCC offers Armenian, but we don't. We offer Russian. So we have sort of an exchange among our students, our college students, but not necessarily among the dual enrollment students. So would we then, if we have families in our district who want to do dual enrollment in Armenian, would we then have some sort of an agreement to allow them to go to GCC? Likewise, if we in PCC have something that someone in another area would want to have a dual enrollment program in, maybe Glendale would want to interchange with us, maybe they would send our kids there. Is that possible?
It is possible. I mean, generally what we try to be aware of is which college district the high school district resides in, and that they have done their due diligence with their whichever colleges in their district to find out what their offerings are or could be in dual. And if they see that there's, for example, like Duarte, where they have like a really wonderful kitchen, but Citrus doesn't offer culinary, then they turned to us and came to us. And so now we're going to pursue that partnership with them. And so in the case of Glendale, they already have a very strong dual enrollment program with GCC, but one of the things that they are acknowledging and seeing is that many students in the Glendale district come to PCC. And so they want to start exploring opportunities for partnership through dual. And so that's exactly what we're doing. And the folks that I speak to seem to be sensitive and aware of kind of those parameters and boundaries and know what they're asking for and why they're asking for it. And so we're just really excited to, I'm personally excited that we are being reached out to now by districts that are outside of our boundaries. And we've even had a couple of private schools now reach out. And so we are definitely poised to expand.
Excellent. And I have one other question. So I recently heard the town hall on the transfers with Assemblymember Berman, and he had the 3 chancellors from the systems. And one of the things that Michael Drake talked about with Eloy, which I thought was really great, was we don't just maybe talk about when someone comes into our programs, we don't just talk about that being a PCC student, but it's a PCC student bound for UCLA. It's a PCC student bound for USC. So, and I think that in dual enrollment, that kind of languaging would be really important for our communities to hear that, because I think sometimes they hear, oh, they're just taking a few classes because they're interested, or, it's not really going to go anywhere. And I think that also if we can track, I know you've already done a lot since the last time we heard you, but much as we talked with the Workforce Center about tracking success rates, I think it would be important to see, not only do our dual enrollment students succeed, but do they then transfer into those same pathways that they come into at PCC? Or, has that helped them move on to a certificate? I think those kinds of statistics would be really helpful for us to know.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And I'm certainly excited to be able to provide you that kind of data as we start to see more students. So I shared a couple with you, but there's a few that are actually on the verge of getting an associate's degree as a high school student. And so I'm
nice work with
very
Sayla.
excited to find out where they'll end up. Thank you. Thanks. Trustee Brown, I see your hand up. Sorry, I don't know if it's my job to call on you, but.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I do have a question regarding the partnerships. I guess I'm selfish. How is that going to benefit us, our faculty? Would that I know we went through hell just trying to get our faculty to agree with so now how would that benefit us for our dual enrollment to get out of our district? I just want some kind of understanding. Would that, just tell me how that work? How is that going to benefit us, if any?
So the idea is that, you know, whoever we sign up with and whoever we can offer dual to, those students become our students. And that really is the benefit. And also given the student-centered, the funding formula, we also get higher FTES funding for special admit students, for our dual enrollment students, than we do for students who are actually at PCC. And so that's another consideration, and not that I'm trying to say that, you know, we're going to get more money for them, but we do. But it's also kind of a wonderful transactional benefit, right? They become our students. We are the ones who are giving them that taste of college. We are the ones exposing them to college courses. Perhaps they'll end up coming to PCC once they graduate from high school. They're already familiar with our services, with us. So that's another kind of long-term benefit that I always think about. I always think, oh, you know, possibly these are students who are going to be on our campus very soon. Hence my desire to have some kind of incoming support program for students who were formerly dual enrollment who do end up at PCC, something that I'm thinking about. But they become our students as soon as they become dual enrollment students, as soon as
I understand that, but I'm talking about the faculty. Do they have to go? I know our instructors go to the campus locally. Do they they have to go out of district? That's my question. And they agree to do that?
Yeah, I mean, what I find with most, for example, I am inviting a dean to our next meeting with El Monte because they're interested in offering theater courses. Granted, they're within our district. We're talking about Rosemead High School. But then that dean reached back out and said, is it okay if I also bring a faculty member who would probably be teaching the courses? So then I said, of course. And that faculty wrote an email back to me and said, woohoo, this is great. So I think they're excited to offer college level courses to high school students. And often these are also courses that high school students wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity to take until they get to college, but we get to expose them to college level material, you know, in high school. And so I have found that the faculty are very excited to do this kind of work. So I don't know if that answers your question. We try to offer them also a lot of support in teaching high school populations because it is a bit of a different world, so that they feel equipped and prepared to go into a high school classroom.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments for Isela? Isela, I had a question. If you went all the way back to the first slide, and you don't have to do that for me, but the question is, of the schools, of the high school districts in our district, how many do we now have dual enrollment degrees? And how many more do we have to go? And where do we stand on getting those remaining districts signed up?
So the only district that we don't have an agreement with is El Monte High School, El Monte Union High School District. That's Rosemead High School. That's the one high school that's within our boundaries. Okay. I intend to come to you at the next board meeting with an MOU from them.
Awesome.
Oh, girl.
That's great. So at that point, you would have all the districts in our district signed up.
Yes.
Tremendous. Okay, great.
I have
Just
one
an
more.
FYI, I would consider Arroyo in our boundaries, even though it physically is, you know, on the other, it's exactly on the line on the other side. but people in our district that live in our district go to Arroyo High School as their designated El Monte school. So
Yes,
just
thank
put
you.
that out
Yeah,
there.
right now, the conversations with them have been, I mean, they're really looking at all of their high schools and what courses we might be able to offer all of their high schools. But right now we're focusing on Rosemead.
Yeah, that's great. I just want to set the record straight. Like my kids they're too old, but they would go to Arroyo High School. So that is our district.
Yeah.
I had
Trustee
a
Waugh,
follow-up
you're next.
question.
Go ahead.
Isela, when you talked about doing the online, I guess, is it the application? Is that what's going online? Yeah, so I go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah, it's something like an application.
Yeah, so so I did see the chancellor's I guess their webinar on dual enrollment, and Chafee was one of the colleges that talked about doing that they put everything online and they were able to speed up the process. So from the time the student applies, like within 1 or 2 days, they know right away whether or not they're accepted. Are we also looking at streamlining, not just making the process online and making it easier or accessible, but also shortening the process for approval?
Well, there's the approval form that I talked about. It's pretty instantaneous. As soon as we get that form, but there's I always say there's 2 steps to getting enrolled as a dual enrollment student. One is applying to PCC, the college application. And the other is the dual enrollment approval form, which I was referencing earlier. I would say of those 2, the dual enrollment approval form is easier to complete. But the great thing about having Carlos now is that he really serves as that direct liaison with the students, so that if they are having a problem with the PCC application, he can assist them. So he's really that go-between now between A&R, for example, and the student. That's a huge help, just having someone there to answer questions if they get stuck. And so he came in October, and so he's handling spring enrollments, which are a lot easier. The other thing that just one good point is, it used to be that students had to complete that form, the dual enrollment every semester. Now, with the new latest legislation, they only complete it one time for the entire duration of high school that they're in dual enrollment. That's a game changer. Last fall was the first time we implemented the online form, and so it was challenging. We got through it. It's been a lot easier this time around, and I expect that we will continue to be able to enroll our students in a more timely manner here on out.
Great job. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, thank you for that presentation, Isela.
Thank you so much.
All right. We're almost in the home stretch here, but it's getting late. Tony, a while back, I filled in for you when you were the board chair, and Dr. Bell reported that I set a record for the shortest meeting at, I think it was 42 minutes. Tonight, I think I'm going to achieve the dubious distinction on the opposite end of the longest meeting. With that in mind, I don't mind not reporting out on DEI today, unless somebody does want to report out as a way to try to shorten this meeting a little bit, and it will be on the agenda next meeting as usual. Linda, you might have had something to report on, and feel free to do so if you'd like to, or we can move on.
No, go ahead and move on.
Okay, thank you for helping us out there. We'll touch on that next meeting. And now we move on to our superintendent president's report, Dr. Andrew Jonas.
Okay, and I'm going to start by thanking my folks who are still on the line, especially folks who thought they were going to speak on the DEI, but they can speak next time.
Well, I don't mean to shortcut people.
No, that's really okay. I think I totally agree with your inclination to move ahead.
Okay.
So I want to start by saying Happy New Year to everyone. And I want to pause for a second to recognize our historic moment that we're living in. We have the first woman and the first person of color to serve as our vice president. We have groundbreaking appointments. And today was a really inspirational day when it came to the inauguration. And if you did not see the young poet laureate today, I strongly urge you to go to YouTube and watch it. Amanda was absolutely amazing. No other way to say it. As you already heard today, we will be receiving $30 million in COVID-19 funding. Again, we still don't know what the rules are. So as soon as we know, we'll be able to make determinations as to how we can utilize that money to help the college and to help our students. And we will definitely keep you informed and let you know. Obviously, it'll be really important to know not only what the rules are, but also how long we have to spend the money. As you know, we did not spend all of our money last spring, right when the CARES Act passed, because I and a lot of folks on the executive team and at the college were concerned about whether or not there'd be another relief bill. We were approved right, and so the relief bill came in December. So we want to definitely make sure we maximize the timing of spending the money so that we can help the most students. We are also, just so you know, working on being a vaccine site. We've been going through the application process, but it looks like because there is rain expected next week, the city of Pasadena has reached out to us and asked if we could possibly use our parking structures as a way to provide vaccines that will be protected from the rain. And of course, we've said yes. We are always, we always want to help our community, and there's a possibility that looking at what the governor's priorities are, they've looked at various tiers. It's a possibility that educators will be in tier 1B. So we will keep you updated on that, because the idea of getting the vaccine out there, you know, the sooner that as many people as possible are vaccinated, the more likely we are to be able to go back face to face, which is so important. I'd like to recognize Misty Henry, who is our welding instructor extraordinaire, who's been named the Faculty Member of the Year by the Veterans Resource Center. Misty was selected by a vote of our student veterans, and you know, our faculty and our staff do so much for veterans, and so it's wonderful that Misty's been recognized. She's pretty awesome. We are looking forward to March 3rd, when the English department will welcome visiting writer K.E. Garland. There will be a conversation and creativity on a conversation about creativity on a live streamed program. And this is produced in partnership with the Pasadena Festival of Women Authors, who routinely makes a $10,000 donation to the college. So we're really fortunate to have this programming and to have their support for it. And in the interest of time, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Androgenis. And we will now go to shared governance representatives reporting out. And as usual, we'll start with associated students. And I see Mackenzie out there. Are you ready, Mackenzie?
So she's actually not here due to.
Oh, she was here earlier. Are you going to fill in, David?
I can give it during my report.
Okay, great. Thank you. You want to give that during your trustee report then? Okay, great. Thank you. Next, classified, Ernesto Partido, are you going to report out?
Yes, I will. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Happy New Year. Happy Inauguration Day. I'm happy to report that the Classified Senate approved the college college's vision and core values in the work that has been done in the Strategic Planning Committee, presented by Dr. Crystal Colgrass. It was very exciting to see something that has been in the works come to fruition, as mentioned by some of our members on the Senate who have worked on it previously, and some historically as before when it was revised last time. I'm also happy to announce that we formally approved rewarding 3 scholarships to students and a classified member later in the spring. We will roll that out. We're working with the foundation. And I would also like to welcome Chelsea Atlano as she takes on the educational advisor role in the TRIO programs. And also wish the folks who are leaving us and the future endeavors, wish them luck. That is all for Classified Senate.
All right, thank you, Ernesto. Management Association, Tito Altamirano.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Happy New Year, trustees. Again, as we begin this new year, members of the Management Association are excited to continue their support of and in service to the college through shared governance committees and task forces, as well as continued emphasis on professional learning for ourselves and our staffs, and taking part in leadership opportunities via ACA and beyond. I would like to thank the instructional deans for the myriad of efforts and leadership they are providing to welcome Dr. Ramirez to PCC and make her transition a seamless one. Speaking of seamless transitions, earlier this evening, Alex sent out an email announcing a major overhaul of our banner Enterprise Resource Program that holds student and fiscal information so central to our daily operations. A big thank you is owed to Joyce Miyabi, Adam Howard, and all the managers and staff in ITS who have made that huge undertaking possible. I would also like to acknowledge our TRIO managers who have all successfully submitted the annual performance reports to the Department of Education for the 7 grants that they oversee for our pre-college and PEC students. As legacy programs of civil rights movement, we are extremely proud of the work they do at our college and in our district communities. And the performance outcomes on the APR certainly attest to the power of that work. A big thank you is also due to Manuel Cerda, our Director of Financial Aid, for his collaboration across multiple areas of the college to design an efficient and student-centered disbursement process for the college's allocation of federal emergency aid. I'd like to note the inclusion of Dr. Micaela Mares Tamayo, our first Director of Student Equity, in this evening's personnel section of the board packet after almost 4 years of service to PCC. We are looking forward to her continued leadership, contributions, hard work, community building, expertise, and genuine care for students over this final winter and spring for her time here at the college. And in closing, I want to thank all the managers throughout the college who are so diligently working to support our students' success. We continue to live in a time that tests our communities and our country like never before. And on this day in particular, we are driven even more so by hope and the knowledge that we each do the work that matters. While we won't be physically together this upcoming spring semester, rest assured that PC managers are leading in all areas of the college with creativity, commitment, and empathy required to empower our students' continued pursuit of their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Tito. Faculty Senate, Dr. Matt Hennis.
Hi, good evening. The Senate is off session, and so I have no report tonight.
Okay, thank you for being brief at this late hour.
And thank you for sticking it out at this late hour with no report. That is awesome.
Yeah, that's above and beyond the call, Matt. Thank you. Okay, and we'll move on to the trustees now. And as usual, we'll start with the student trustee, Trustee Ramirez.
All right, thank you. Happy Inauguration Day. Mackenzie could not report because of a power outage. I don't know why, but this wind is crazy. But I like to think that's sort of nature's way of celebrating the start of some brighter days. And in the spirit of brighter days, AS is currently planning for just that, right? We're planning for our welcome week for this possibly and hopefully last semester with distance education. As we hope this may be the last virtual semester, we're hoping to finish strong, to push all the support we can for students now more than ever. But we're also looking far ahead into the semester where we'll hopefully go in person, because that presents new challenges, a new set of challenges that none of us have ever faced in our lifetimes. Because now we have to deal with the trauma that we all share, shared fear. So I just want you all to know, but I also want the students to know that we're thinking about these things. And we want to have resources lined up to provide support to students in a plethora of ways. Because returning to campus won't just be a difficult task in a logistical sense, but more so in an emotional one. And students, most of all, have had their lives turned upside down. There are students that frankly gave up and that lost that passion for education, even for a brief moment. So this year is about bringing back those brighter days, helping students find that passion again. But I also just want to say how sad I am to see Dr. Maris Tamayo leave PCC. I want to say that it has been a great honor and privilege to have been around to see her passion and see the love that they put into the work they do. And I'm wishing you all the success in your new position at Poly. That is all for me.
Thank you, David. Now we're going to do the trustees the way that I usually do it, and that's how you appear on my screen, which nobody knows. So be ready. And in my far upper left-hand corner is Trustee Watt. You are first.
Okay, well, I just want to remind everyone that next week there'll be the Legislative Advocacy Conference for the CCLC. And then Tammy, are you going to report out on LACSTA, the upcoming event? I'll do it. Okay. So Monday, LACSTA is going to have a budget. Let's see, their budget webinar. Well, it's more than webinar. So they'll have the speakers. They'll have a speaker from CSBA on the K-12 budget. And then Vice Chancellor Lizette Navarrete will be reporting out on the community college. Although we got such an excellent presentation from our own Mike Bush, I think Lizette will also be linking it to the legislative priorities. And then I want to give a shout out to President Androjana's API committee, who has just started a fund to help students with emergency funding. So looking forward to distributing that to students in need. And that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Watt. Next on my screen is Trustee Chen Lao.
Hi, I do think that this is like one of the latest meetings that I've been in. So, but on we go. The kids are in bed. So I can go on for another few hours.
Please don't.
No, it's just, so we had Christian Griffith, the chief budget consultant, do a session with us with the La Cañada School District and also with the Pasadena Unified School District to look at K through 14 budget. And this was before the governor's budget came out. And one of the takeaways that I got actually from the community college end is that Christian talked about the 11% unemployment rate currently in California. And what he looked at was having the California community colleges, certainly work on career education. And so that we can certainly be that conduit to helping folks either get a new job or switch careers. And he did say that there may be money in the budget to help community colleges with those type of programs. So with that, that's my report.
Thank you, Sandra. Next on my screen is Trustee Fellow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just would like tonight to adjourn in memory of Joanne Montgomery, who was the Citrus College trustee. She was going to retire this year, which she did. She didn't run for election and died the day before her term ended. And Marianne Lutz took her place. I went to that installation meeting, and she was a great woman. She was the queen of Monrovia. She was a school teacher for 32 years and a longtime Citrus College trustee. So if we can adjourn in her memory, that would be very nice. Thank you.
We will do that. And thank you for mentioning her, Tony, and we will adjourn in her honor. Next on my screen is Trustee Silver.
Hello, I just want you all to know I'm so appreciative that Dr. Androjanis answered the call. The Jewish Federation of the San Gabriel and Pomona Valleys has a Holocaust remembrance ceremony that begins Saturday night at 7 p.m. And for 25 hours, people will be reading names of Jewish people that perished in the Holocaust. And Dr. Androgenis will be reading on Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Along with Dr. McDonald, the superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, and Dr. Rosenbaum, the president of Caltech. And if you would like to see it, it's on Facebook. It's broadcast Facebook Live, and search for Jewish SGPV, standing for San Gabriel Pomona Valley.
Well, it is absolutely my honor, and I got my list of individuals, and some of them are from Lithuania, which is the origin of my last name. It's my stepfather's name, and his family was marched out of Lithuania by the Nazis, and they managed to get on a boat to Canada and wound up settling in Chicago. So it is, and I am Jewish. My family, my mother's family came here during the pogroms of Russia in the late 1800s. And so it is my absolute honor to get to read names. So thank you so much for thinking about me and suggesting me. It's a huge honor.
Thank you, Tammy. Anything else to report out? Okay, all set. Next on my screen is Trustee Martin.
Nothing to report.
Okay, thank you for your brevity, sir. And last but not least, Trustee Brown.
Nothing to report today.
Okay, thank you for your brevity. I also have nothing to report. Thank you to everybody for sticking it out. It's well past my bedtime.
Mine too.
I just will add one comment. Dr. Androgenis talked about the wonderful poet at the inauguration from the young lady from Los Angeles. There was an interview of her that I heard on KPCC, and she became a poet at a very young age because she had a serious speech defect, and poetry was her way of communicating non-verbally and in writing. But along the way, she's worked very, very hard to overcome her speech defect so that not only does she write poetry, but she also recites it and does so beautifully. So I thought that was particularly inspiring, since our incoming president, Joe Biden, also had to overcome a serious speech defect of stuttering. So I thought there was some interesting karma there in the selection of that inaugural poet. And that's all I have to report. So we are really closing in here. We're getting close, folks. Stick with us. We've finished the announcements. Next item is K2, proposed future board business meeting dates. And we only need to report out here if we have anything that needs to be changed.
The only thing we need to note is that we did change the board retreat date. It was originally scheduled for January 26th. It will now occur on January 30th.
Okay, and that's a Saturday, correct?
That is a Saturday.
That's a Saturday. Okay, and everybody, all the trustees have that on your calendar now. And we'll finally get that board retreat in. Thank you, Dr. Androgenis. Moving on to agenda item K3, and this is any proposed future agenda items.
I would like to propose an item.
Trustee Wah, you have the floor.
Yeah, I recently heard the report from the Board of Governors, well, yesterday, I guess, and they reported on, there was a really great report on the outcomes of 705 and the statistics. And I was wondering if we might get the statistics for PCC and the outcomes.
Absolutely. We'd be happy to do that, especially since a year ago we were designated as one of 2 institutions that had fully implemented 705, both for English and math. So we would be happy to provide that.
Thank you, Dr. Androgenis.
Are we going to do that next meeting or to be determined?
To be determined, because we're starting to get backed up with things we need to provide in upcoming meetings, but I've made a note of it, and we will figure out when the best time is.
Okay, we'll get that in a future meeting. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, we are finished. We are now at the moment that everybody really looks forward to tonight, and that is adjournment. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there to the end. And as Dr. Fellow mentioned, we're going to adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of Joanne Montgomery, a former Citrus College trustee. Thank you very much, everybody, and this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.